And we are live. Good morning. It is cold. Cold. I just went outside, got firewood. Can't believe I'm using all the firewood already. Not all, but gosh. A what? A black and white bunny? People are reporting a black and white bunny missing? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? That's bizarre. The neighbors are reporting a black and white bunny missing. I guess it's their pet. Oh my gosh. A black and white bunny alert. Missing bunny. Can't make it up. Cannot make it up. And yes, I'm going to race and listen to music. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Holy shit. He won. A friend of mine went to a casino and he won over $1,000. Good for him. That's what he's messaging me about. Good morning, TikTokers. Oh my god! It is so cold. Oh my gosh, I'm freaking out. That fire cannot go on quick enough to warm up this house. Oh my gosh. It's cold. Oh well. Why isn't that working? Let me see if this opens up. What do you mean live stream is not available right now? What the heck is going on? Oh, because I'm in the studio. So what do I do? This will work. That works. Okay, good. I need pop-outs. You know, it sometimes gets crazy. You, the tube of you. I forgot I'm on TikTok already. Okay, good. It's so funny how they're deflecting to Hillary. It's so funny, but they're talking, a lot of these podcasters are now trying to deflect to Hillary's emails. But none of them are crickets talking about the other stuff. It is so funny how they're trying to deflect. It is absolutely amazing how they're freaking out. All of a sudden, it's all about Hillary's emails again. Come on, stop it. Because I just went live on Rumbler Nation, and I'm looking, before I set mine up, some of the people's podcasts, and they just are ridiculous. That's the best they could do? Hillary's emails? Come on now, stop it. It's been investigated 50,000 times. It's like the definition of insanity, trying to get a different result. It's bizarre. That's an act of desperation. That's what that shows me. Act of desperation. Oof. Anyway, I'm done. Good morning. Getting back to... I gotta open this. In case I gotta get more wood. Because it's cold here. Ooh, is it cold? It's chilly. All right, I'm gonna game. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna drink my coffee first. I went to bed early last night. It feels so good to be rested. Freezing. Alexa, what's the temperature? 45.
It's 45 degrees.
Oh my God, I got it right on the money.
Today's high will be 48 and the low 28.
45. I was right on. That was a good guess. I did go outside. There's nothing to cover it. Shrank, Amol. They disappeared in the cold. There's nothing there to cover. Just saying. I'm frozen. I'm like literally freezing in here right now. Over there it's nice on the other side of the house. Over here it's cold. Always gets cold here. Always. That's why I got the wood stove going. But it takes time for that wood stove to warm up and get this room. It takes about a half hour. It's going. Let me close the door. But it ain't going quick enough. At all. Aren't you going to work right now? Don't you have to go to work? Am I trying to get rid of you? Absolutely. Go to work. How's the weather in Seattle? It's got to be, what, gloomy, cloudy? Isn't it always like that in Seattle? It's like a lot of times in the UK, different places, it's like foggy, cloudy every day. Drizzle. Oh, you got to leave in 10 minutes? What time is it? Oh, it's almost 8 for you. You didn't like that song yesterday? It's raining? It really is. I guessed that right. California's been getting floods. Oh my gosh. It's not good. Southern California? A lot of rain. I seen a message come up on my computer saying how much rain they're getting. I can't believe Thanksgiving is less than 2 weeks away now. Grab a sandwich. How the heck are you in here? You're everywhere. The one I wrote that I was experimenting on. Oh my God, I'm old. With the Indian vibe. The Bollywood vibe. No? Is it this one? Oh, no, I'm tangled. How about I don't hear anything? This one. Oh, you can listen to it before you go to work.
18 light years away, closest to our solar system. Dwarf star GJ251, cool and small in size. Super Earth newly discovered, exciting, led to possible life. Existing in the habitable zone, presence of liquid water and ice. Witness of the stars wobble, influenced by the planet's gravity. Data from telescopes, worldwide spectrographs, searching anxiously. Web too far to detect an atmosphere, future telescopes may detect. Habitable worlds observatory, new generation project. Detected far away, candidates appear in our sky. Searching for a new home, some may wonder why. We cannot survive forever, Earth will in time be no more. Exosolar displaced potential, hope for humanity restored. Hope for humanity restored. Hope for humanity restored. Hope for humanity restored.
This one. I know which one you like. The other one. I like this because it's got like a dancey.
Breakthrough travel now envision, traveling vast distances, ability to reach the stars, overcoming political grievances. Global community working
It's gonna take time to get it down. I like this one though.
Society's differences now respect a new voyages launched every day. Glancing behind through portals, blue marble disappears. Witnessing a last gasp of life, the end of
It's more of a dancey type. The other one, I know which one you like.
the new world, united
We'll worry about this tonight after 11, my time. Because I gotta work.
resurrection of humanity. Detected far away, candidates appear in
Go to work. I'll get one for you though.
home. Some may wonder why we cannot survive forever. Earth will in time be no more. Exosolar displaced potential. Hope for humanity restored. Hope for humanity restored.
I like this.
Hope for humanity restored. Hope for humanity restored.
But I'll make a better one. That's why it's experimental. That's why it's not that easy to make a song. Because I have to pick out the patterns of the music. It's not as easy. My lyrics is one thing. Writing the songs, the lyrics, is one thing. Putting the right music that I want to my songs is another. Yeah. We'll worry about this tonight. Go. Get out. I'll see you after 11 tonight. My time. After 8, your time. Have a great day at work. You know I mess with you. You mess with me. But I'm all serious. I hope you have a great day at work. It's doing too much. I'm going to be doing too much. I'm going to game, listen to my music, and chill out. I got to see if Dom's around, my Ukrainian buddy. I haven't heard from him. Oh, he just read my messages. Live on TikTok. Oh, he's messaging me now. He's actually a Ukrainian soldier. I don't know where he's at now, but he's a medic. So maybe I'm trying to find out how he's doing in Ukraine right now. He's messaging me. He's typing. Well, not typing, but... And hello to those on TikTok. I'm trying to communicate with somebody in Ukraine, a soldier. He's texting me right now. I could see it. I just want to see how he's doing. And he's been, he stopped. No message came through. Where are you, Dom? He's doing it again. I am freezing in my house. It is so cold here. Well, we'll see if he responds. He's doing something. I did write a song in Russian and in English for the people of Ukraine. And I'm hoping he's spreading it in Ukraine. Because there are some Americans that support Ukrainians. Not all, for obvious reasons, but I am one of them that support the people of Ukraine. And I went through this many times on how the United States, this is a national security interest, vital economically due to the minerals deal that the president signed earlier in the year, that we get 50% of all future profits of all resources in Ukraine. Do you know what that means to the U.S. economy? And less dependency on China and other countries for rare earth? Are you kidding me? It's a no-brainer. So it's more than just the politics of it. It's actually very important to our interests. Oh shit, that's his message. He's okay. I'm not gonna... We will meet someday. I'm not going to repeat what he's writing to me because this is private, but he's doing okay. My Ukrainian friend, like I said, he's a soldier and he's a medic. But I don't want to give the details of what he's saying. I might be seeing him in the future. Let's just say that. Which is incredible. But I don't want to say too much because I don't want people to know what the hell is going on in detail. Because there's other people paying attention to it too, including the Russians. They would love to know his whereabouts because he's on their list. So I got to be very careful with this. Oh my God, what happened here? And there is other people I've made friends with in Ukraine. That's his message. And I'm going to play the songs for the Ukrainians. Oh shit. Very cool. Holy shit. I will meet you. We will make arrangements when time gets closer. Wow, this is getting more deep as I go. I'm going to play songs Let's see. Make sure to spread that song to Ukraine people. Okay, he's gonna join the stream. He's gonna join the stream when he gets time. He's coming in a little while. I can connect him on TikTok. So you're gonna hear from, his name is alias Dom. He's a Ukrainian soldier. He's a medic. We're not gonna get into too many crazy details that we discuss offline of what is going on in Ukraine on the ground that the press does not put out there, especially here. Maybe in Europe, but not here. But it's bad what's going on. What's going on there is just beyond so inhumane. It is definitely war crime what Russia is doing to the Ukrainian people. It's a war crime. Bottom line. What they've done with their children, what they're doing to the people, taking out their power. I was speaking to another Ukrainian friend via email. You've got to see what he wrote to me because I haven't heard from him. I thought something happened. And I'm just going to read to you a little bit of it. It's private. Because they're going through a lot and they're scared. They're scared to even communicate. And I don't blame them at all. Because you know there's people watching anything they do. How are you today? Sorry for my late reply. Our city was under fire, so I didn't have internet access to write you. And it goes on in detail. It's not good. Because I haven't heard from this person in like 3 weeks. Because of what's going on in Ukraine. That's what this is another person. And the other Russian soldier may be, Russian, oh my God. Ukrainian soldier may be joining me soon. Here on TikTok. But that's what this person said. How are you today? Sorry for my late reply. Our city was under fire, so I didn't have internet access to write to you. They're getting constantly bombarded. They're taking out their power structure. Winter is coming in Ukraine. They're trying to hurt the civilians badly. Not even going after the soldiers themselves and installations. They're going after civilian installations to make the Ukrainian people really suffer. So that's what's going on in Ukraine. But we're not covering that here. It's so sad what's going on. But anyway, I'm going to get off that. Because I'm going to play a game in a minute. But he may be joining me. So his name is Dom. He's a Ukrainian soldier, medic. And he may be joining us on TikTok in a few minutes. When he has time. I'm not going anywhere because I'm free for the rest of the afternoon. Until tonight. And I'm going to actually play those songs before he comes. The two the two songs I wrote. One is in Russian, one is in English. For the Ukrainian people. I wrote it for them. And this is the Russian version. Yeah, it's in Russian.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые видения, прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны, слова о прекращении, карусель политических решений.
So this goes out to the Ukrainian people. Russian, of course, speaking.
атакуют безнаказанно. Храбрые граждане стоят единые, свободы на кону. Мужчины поднимаются на защиту, позиции заняты на рассвете. Служат с честью и отвагой, флаг греет рядом, синий-желтый прекрасный. Солдаты служат с гордостью, братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании свободу своей родины. Пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом. Многие сомневались в их решимости, противостоя мировой державе. Нации объединились в защите, эскалация кажется мрачной. Безжалостные акты агрессии, невинные жертвы жестокости. Детей увозят с их земли, непреклонные акты смертности. Свобода восторжествует, враждебность будет отражена. Час жертвы многих семьи воссоединяются. Стабильность восстановлена, руки соединены вновь. Свобода возвращается, мир по всей родной земле. Братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании свободу своей родины. Пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом.
So, I wrote this Russian for the Ukrainian people. This is the English version now. Now you'll understand the lyrics. So, I wrote this for the Ukrainian people.
Aggressive incursion, old visions of prior occupation, world watches from sidelines, words of cessation, revolving door of policy, creates a sense of insecurity, democratic values of attacking with impunity. Brave citizens stand united, freedom at stake. Men rise to defend positions taken at daybreak. Serving with honor and courage, flag waving beside. Blue and yellow in its beauty, soldiers serve with pride. Brothers in arms defending against tyranny, freedom of their homeland. Propaganda spurs conspiracy, protecting the innocent, serving their homeland. Ukrainians fight with pride, positions held at the front lines. International.
Oh my gosh. We need to start this over.
Many doubted their determination, standing against the world power. Nations join in defense, escalation appears downward.
So obviously I wrote this, the lyrics
Of aggression,
for the Ukrainian people.
victims of brutality.
Now I'm just gonna play my songs.
Checking all systems, latest Doppler radar, collecting all data, loading up the car. Co-pilot sits by, safety check set. We begin our journey, searching for the best. Lightning flashes nearby, signs of incoming storm, setting our course, a cyclone forms. Keeping safe distance, monitoring statistics, tornado indicated, preparing all logistics. Storm chasers hunting, excitement fills the air, providing important data, vital information to share. Keeping people safe, mission is at hand. Warnings for the public, all threats are scanned. Sitting at command control, monitoring the situation. Watches and warnings appear, extreme weather in our nation. Providing necessary info to keep all safe. Some may not be aware, or simply not awake. Risking all for others, danger in the skies. Hail pounds their vehicle, debris whizzes by. Storm now behind, accessing all the damage. Mission
No good.
accomplished, all to our advantage. Storm chasers hunting, excitement fills the air, providing important data, vital information to share. Keeping people
Why am I going off like that? Why?
Mission is at hand. Warnings for the public. All threats are scanned.
The car.
The innocence of youth, dreams fill their minds. Visions of fantasies, seeking treasures to find. Memories stored away to the future's past. Measurements of height, the clock ticking so fast. The hourglass of time
with that turn. Oh my God.
Never too late to fix what's broken inside. Anxiety's pushed away, there's no need to hide. Self-esteem and confidence, the power of the mind. Filled with flowing energy, negative thoughts left behind. Speeding down the highway, no lights or signs in front of you. No one in the rearview mirror, brilliant sky, sky so blue. Your destiny lies ahead. There is no limit.
What's up? Oh my God, I looked at chat.
The crossroad now a
What's up,
memory.
Susie?
My life now infinite.
I drove up the road.
Approaching the crossroad, the train crosses the track. Storm clouds grow, should I turn and go back? Approaching the crossroad, in the still of the night. I must drive on and continue to fight.
And yes, I got a good night's rest. It's supposed to be what? 80? Not here, it's 45. I'm freezing. See, this race is sim. This is like a real sim game. It predicted I would finish 8th to 10th. Because I'm trying to get more.
Gathering together,
I'm in 4th right now.
place of community,
Doing better than I expected.
a world of multi-platforms, a sense of unity, friendships established, old and new faces, enjoying festivities, realm of cyberspaces, faces.
Bringing people together instead of dividing. The song, cyberspaces. Fuck dividing. I'm tired of it. Fuck dividing. We need to bring people together. Not the nonsense that's going on today. It'll be over soon, though. I see the writing on the wall. It'll be over soon.
Gathering together at high speeds, people and places, many thoughts are keyed. Social visitations and
When I say that, it'll be a few years, but
messaging each other.
the writing's on the wall.
Voices through words, memes flow at will. Seeking commonality, opposition is grilled. Algorithms deployed, state of control. What is right or wrong down the rabbit hole? We gather all together, place of community, world of multi-platforms, a sense of unity, friendships established, old and new faces, enjoying festivities, realm of cyberspaces.
Watch out for a wag the dog moment to take the attention of what's going on now and focus it on something else. Watch out for a wag the dog.
Servers of recreation, gamers spread far and wide. Consoles and devices, multiplayers thrive. Content creators, imagination runs wild. Artificial.
Now, Dom may be joining me. My Ukrainian friend may be joining me in a few minutes.
Speaking of Cali, Nick, or that pain of Molai. Extended family, we come together. New friends and old cyber crew forever. We gather all together. Place of community. World of multi-platforms. A sense of unity. Friendships established. Old and new faces. Enjoying festivities. Realm of cyberspaces.
Time will tell, Susie. Time will tell. But it's funny because they're trying to deflect on other things right now because they don't want to touch this. And there will be no comments because any comments made can be held against you if you're lying.
World of confusion.
So now it's getting really dicey.
Is it fact or fiction?
Keep an eye on it. I'm telling you, keep an eye on
Conspiracies
it.
become the norm. Feeding one's addiction.
The silence tells you everything.
Destroying credibility. Erasing the stats. Replaced by agendas. Science under attack.
That's what I'm talking about. Let me pause. I don't want to get into it because I'm on TikTok, you know. So, let's put it this way. I'll put it to you this way. If you notice, oh shit, I gotta pause. They're asking questions, the press, those that have the nerve to be unbiased, not the way that the press corps has been so controlled to lean toward one side, because they did that. The press corps in the White House has been so selective that they're trying to bring a lot of people in that will ask softball questions to be nice. But then there's sometimes reporters in there and asking the real relevant questions, not about other things. And if you notice, when they ask the questions related to that, silence. Because remember, it's on the record. If anybody says anything right now publicly, it's on the record. So if there are cases in the future, you said this, and it turns out to be a lie. Like a lot of things turn out to be a lie. So they're being very careful, and it looks like, now think of this scenario, and I've been talking about this for months, and I've been fucking right. Despite what these other people, you know, opinionated people, not based on the facts. You know, they talk about conspiracies and all this. I'm not one of those. Here's the crux of it. So it looks like a lot of Republicans are going to go with this bipartisan effort to pass this on the floor next week in the House. But then it goes to the Senate. Kennedy said yesterday, we should do this. The people want to know. I don't think that they're not going to put it on the floor in the Senate because the how would I say this? The reaction to any of them not doing this right now is going to really work against them. In other words, it's almost like a political bad thing to do, not to do it. Because people are going to say, well, why are you protecting? Why? Why don't you want the truth out? So I think the Senate eventually will go, but remember, it takes 60 votes, unless, and it's impossible because I don't think it's going to happen. The House does a veto-proof vote. Remember that word, veto-proof. Now, remember, even if the Senate passes it, guess who has to sign it? One person has to sign it. Now, it goes on his desk. Think about this now. And imagine he vetoes it. Do you know what the freaking fallout will be on that? For him? Right now, his approval rating is in the 30s, and that's MAGA. The MAGA is the 30-something% that supports him right now. Obviously. In the polls, the only people that are supporting him right now are MAGA. He lost the independents, or he's losing the independents. Forget about the Democrat. He's losing the independents. So the Republicans know that. What do they do now looking at their future? Their political futures. Do they go along with this? Or do they think about themselves and say, you know what? On this situation, we need to pass this and do it, okay? Because they're thinking about their political futures, life after Trump. So they're not stupid. They're not stupid because they know their constituents, even Republicans, have been talking about this for 10 years because it was all part of a cabal. They thought a lot of the Democrats were going to be on this, but it turns out it could be a lot of people from different parties on this, involved in this. So this is a very, very serious situation where if the information comes out, now what I'm concerned about is if they're destroying evidence. Because there's one thing about that person is that person took a lot of photos and videos in the home. So there could be a lot of dirt here. But if they're withholding it, because obviously they do want to withhold it, there could be some really cray-cray stuff there. But we may never see it. And that's the thing. And even if they try to destroy the evidence, remember, they got this information from the Southeast office in New York. Those people know what's in those files. And I'm sure they have backups because they know that it could have been manipulated and twisted, blah, 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 blah. There are the people that worked on those cases. There are the victims, direct witnesses that know who's involved. So they got to be very careful here. Because you can have a hearing with actual people testifying to counter the narrative under oath. This is going to get cray-cray. This is going to get potentially cray-cray, but we got to see how this plays out over time. And there's a lot of deflection going on. Now they're mentioning Hillary's emails again. That's been investigated so many times. They spent millions of dollars investigating this, just like they did with Benghazi. It's been investigated numerous times. Now they're trying to bring that up to try to deflect. What I'm worried about is the wag the dog moment where, God forbid, we start a war with Venezuela to take the attention off what's going on here with this situation and focus. All the media will be focused on what's going on in Venezuela. Watch out for that. Watch out for some other event to take people's attention off of what's going on here on something else. That's what I'm watching out for. So there's a lot of things to pay attention to right now, what's going on in the landscape, if that makes any sense. Pay attention. That's what I would tell people. Pay attention. It's not good no matter what happens. It's not. So again, that's just my own personal opinion, looking at it and objectively, not from a partisan, opinionated perspective, but looking at it objectively, like right in front of me. And a lot of people are doing that now, thank God. They're actually looking at this and saying, oh shit. A lot of people are, I think, definitely independents. are saying, what the F is going on? With everything. Everything. So you got to remember, it's not so important for him in 2026. It's for those other people in the House and the Senate that they got to protect themselves. They got to think about their political futures. If they vote, because I always say that, it's great to have someone's vote on the floor so we can hear where they voted. You stood for this. They're going to be held accountable for any votes they do moving forward. Like they should be. They should be held accountable. So this is where this gets really interesting, because now it's going to be put on the floor. Why do you think they don't put shit on the floor? Because they don't want to have to vote on it and be in the books voting any certain way. That's why they do that, because they don't want to have to put their reputations on the line and say, I voted for that. Yay or nay. They're not stupid. So that's why this is interesting, because we're going to see where they stand. We're going to see where they stand. And you think this whole thing with the healthcare system, they got to vote on that too, because Thune promised that would be brought up on the floor in December. Now they got to vote on that. And it's going to be on the record where they stand. And this has happened in the past. The Republicans have no idea what they're doing as far as healthcare. They have no plan. They've been talking about this for decades. They have no plan. They never have. They talk the talk, but they don't have nothing. So they're going to hurt a lot of their own constituents, because I put the facts up on the screen. How many people in red states depend on Medicaid, SNAP, federal assistance from the government? Most of the top states are red. Not blue, red. So they're hurting their own constituents when they do things like this. That's the facts. The numbers do not lie. So they have to think about their constituents, where they run, etc. And I think they're at that point where they got to start thinking about their own political futures and not follow along. So we're hitting that point as we get closer to the midterms where you might seeing some people pull back because they're worried about themselves, their own political futures. People have to look at the bigger picture when things are going on, not this narrowness of things that are going on, whether you're watching Fox News or CNN or whatever the media outlets you look at. You have to sit there and be objective and open your eyes and look around and see what's going on. Not like this, but like this. And that gives you a better idea, a better perspective of what's going on, in my opinion. And I think a lot of people, forget about red, blue, a lot of the people in the middle, independents, are saying, what the is going on? Is this the United States? Is this the country that I want it to be? What's going on right now? Whether it's economic or political or whatever it is, people are like, holy shit, we've got military, we've got people on our streets, and they say there's so much crime. And the way, do you see what's going on and how it's just craziness. There's going to be a lot of people, potentially, Susie, people with a lot of money around the world that could be involved here. That's why they're protecting them. And it's not party. It's not a bunch of, like you heard the conspiracy theories, it's not a bunch of Democrats. It's going to be people from all walks of life, all political affiliations. They're protecting these people big time. They're protecting them. Whoever they are, potentially, they are protecting them because these people have a lot of money, a lot of influence, a lot of power, whether it's political, financial, whatever influential role they have, they are protecting them. And it's not a partisan thing. It is not like, oh, there's going to be a bunch of Democrat cabal on this list. That's what they thought. That's what they were told. That's the narrative that they were led to believe. But no. There's people from all over the place involved in this. From around the world. Because this was a global ring. This is not just here. This is a global. There's going to be people of all walks of life affected by this. So we got to see. Now, again, I'm making assumptions because I don't know. We don't know. But it seems like they are protecting the elite right now. Who exactly? We'll see maybe. I don't think we're ever going to find out. I think they're going to do is whatever they can to keep this squashed. Because of that. So, will it come out? I don't know. Are they destroying evidence? Who knows? But remember, if I am in the Southern District of New York, the people that worked on these cases, including Maureen Comey, his daughter, that's why they got rid of her, when there's a lot going on here. And I'm going to tell you this right now, there needs to be serious investigations about the shenanigans that are going on in this administration in the future. There's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot. Because that just doesn't smell right. It doesn't have the smell test. You get rid of her because she's the point attorney. She's the one that investigated the case. She should have been there with Blanche to do the interview with Ghislaine. Ghislaine. But no. They got rid of her because they just went in there without knowing anything really about the case. He knows nothing about the case. He didn't investigate the case. He went in there to try to get, some kind of affirmation to protect. Okay? Because obviously what came out yesterday, well, I didn't have access to law enforcement having any emails, but you are the deputy attorney general. Like everybody else put in subpoenas to the estate. You didn't, but everybody else did. So that tells me they're not doing the proper investigation on this. They're not digging. They're not really doing the due diligence to investigate this. Because they don't want to. That's what that tells me. That's a big flag. Exactly. That's a big flag that people should pay attention to. And that was a reveal, actually. And you never tell somebody, stop it. Who are you under the Constitution to tell somebody to stop it? From a person of that position telling an American citizen to stop it? What? You're telling me to stop it? That's my right as freedom of speech and freedom of expression and everything. You're telling me to stop it? No. You don't tell me that. That's another flag. Something's up. And like I said, time will tell. We have to see how this plays out. But it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. And that's what I'll say on that. But you're going to keep an eye out for major deflection or a wag the dog moment where something else breaks out to take the shiny object off everybody's attention off this and put it on that shiny object. Watch for that. I'm telling you. In the next week, in the next few days, watch out for something. Watch out for something. Watch out for something could happen in Venezuela to take everybody's attention off everything else and focus it on that, for instance. Watch out. Keep an eye, and then don't be ignorant and naive. Know that that is done for a reason. Not just for security of the United States. It could be done to take the focus off this and put it on that. It's deeper than that. But we'll see. And I can be completely wrong. But remember, I'm saying it now. As I've said in the last few months, what's going on with the economy, with this, that. I mean, everything I said about it, it's just like all coming true. I'm not saying that I'm always right, because I'm not. But a lot of what I've been discussing in the last few months have actually come true. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm on a roll. So again, keep an eye. Keep an eye, definitely on next week what happens in the House, but keep an eye what goes on on a global scale. That something could break out because they want to focus the attention on that. And I have a feeling it could be, I don't know, I have no proof or evidence of this, it could be Venezuela. We shall see. It could be ratcheted up, but that's not a good thing because nobody wants to be involved in a foreign war. So that actually is detrimental because I think people around the country, no matter what party you're part of, do not want to get ourselves involved in another war, regardless. So that's not going to help either. So it might be something else. What it is, I don't know. But it could be something else to focus our attention on that, to get away from focusing our attention on what's going on. Just keep an eye on that. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, anyone with common sense would look at it that way. I think. Be objective. Don't be objective. Look at it from a middle perspective and look at what's going on. That's my advice. So we'll see. I pray I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong. But the way I see things, and pretty much I've been on point. So we'll see. So, and Susie, you're in Texas. You know what's going on there. You know what happened in California. You know what they're talking about in other states. It's like this is spinning out of control. It's actually spiraling, and not in a good direction. It's getting worse for the country overall. Doesn't matter where you stand politically. This is just not, and how could you say that prices are going down, the economy, this? What? Do you think people are stupid? Do you people, when they go shopping or pay their utility bills or whatever, are seeing prices going down? Oh, gas has gone down. Okay, good. Thank God one thing is going down. And over here, the prices haven't changed. The regular gas is $3. It's always been $3. It's been $3 for freaking 3-4 years. What, it's gone down 5 cents? Wow. That's gone down 5 cents per gallon. What does that save me on a fill-up? $2? But meanwhile, at the grocery store, I'm spending freaking crazy amount of money. Utilities are going up. This is going up. Property taxes are going up. Insurance is going up. Everything is going up. So I'm worried about gas, where it goes down 5 cents or 10 cents to fill up my car. What am I saving? $2? Compared to what I'm spending on groceries and utilities and everything else that's gone crazy up? Give me a break. I'm done, because I'll just go ranting all day. It's a joke. It's a joke. And like I said, people are feeling it in their pockets. Uh-oh. What's going on? Yeah, I'm done with my clothes. My clothes is in the dryer. I'm getting messages for a show tonight. Do you have a minute? I may have to mute this. This is a host. I have my kerosene heater on right now. And the wood stove.
Hey, Bill.
Hold on, let me mute because I'm live streaming. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll see you tonight for the show.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Okay, honey.
Bye.
Bye.
Forza, what's happening? Yeah, I already have my clothes in the dryer. And you still have time. If you want, just wash it and I'll throw it in the dryer because you gotta leave it soon. So as long as you wash it, when my clothes are done, I'll just throw your clothes in the dryer and flip it. You know what I mean? You can leave the bag there so I could put all your clothes back in it. Yeah, do what you got to do. All right, Susie. Oh, my God. Ugh. It's hello to those on TikTok. What's going on? Hold on, somebody else is mentioning me now. This is the way it works. Okay, let me stop this because this is going to drive me nuts all day now. The messages. All right, back to music, back to chilling out. I'm done ranting. Done. Okay. Back to gaming and music.
A world of confusion. Is it fact or fiction? Conspiracies become the norm, feeding one's addiction, destroying credibility, erasing the stats, replaced by agendas, science under attack. Moving in reverse.
return. It is the weekend.
Yeah.
It's Rumpus
Look out,
time.
go tomar el bé.
Weekend is coming, time to make some goals. Make this one to remember. Breaking down the walls, gathered in my yard, like somebody's moving, swaying to the music. Everyone is grooving.
No slowing down, we own the night. I see you through the crowd. Mesmerized and electrified, hit me like a thundercloud. Hands up high, we're breaking free. This energy's infinity. No rules now, just ecstasy. The night belongs to you and me. No slowing down, we own the night. I see you through the crowd. Mesmerized and electrified, hit me like a thundercloud. Hands up high, we're breaking free. This energy's infinity. No rules now, just ecstasy. The night belongs to you and me.
It's a rumpus tonight. Lose yourself, don't think twice. Turn it up, get louder. We're burning through the night. Hold me tight, baby, can you feel that fire ignite? We're never gonna stop, we're gonna rumpus tonight. Hands up. Hands up high, we're breaking free. Smiling at each other, this energy's infinity. No rules now, let it all hang. All of us together, we end with a bang. Glasses raised high, we toast each other. Forget tomorrow, there'll be another. With my friends, we had a ball. Memories forever, I love you all. It's a rumpus tonight. Lose yourself, don't think twice. Turn it up, get louder. We're burning through the night. Hold me tight, baby, can you feel that fire ignite? We're never gonna stop, we're gonna rumpus tonight. Weekend is coming, time to make some goals. Make this one to remember. Breaking down the walls, gathered in my yard, like somebody's moving, swaying to the music. Everyone is grooving.
No slowing down, we own the night. I see you through the crowd.
What's up, TikTok?
Mesmerized and electrified, hit me like a thundercloud. Hands up high, we're breaking free. This energy's infinity. No rules now, just ecstasy. The night belongs to you and me. No slowing down, we own the night. I see you through the crowd. Mesmerized and electrified, hit me like a thundercloud. Hands up high, we're breaking free. This energy's infinity. No rules now, just ecstasy. The night belongs to you and me.
It's a rumpus tonight. Lose yourself, don't think twice. Turn it up, get louder. We're burning through the night. Hold me tight, baby, can you feel that fire ignite? We're never gonna stop, we're gonna rumpus tonight.
TikTok, what's happening?
Hands up high, we're breaking free. Smiling at
These are
each
my
other.
songs.
This energy's infinity. No rules now, let it all hang. All of us together, we end with a bang. Glasses raised high, we toast each other. Forget tomorrow, there'll be another. With my friends, we had a ball. Memories forever. I love you all. It's a rumpus tonight. Lose yourself, don't think twice. Turn it up, get louder. We're burning through the night. Hold me tight, baby, can you feel that fire ignite? We're never gonna stop, we're gonna rumpus tonight.
Welcome back to Susie Q.
Gathered up together at high speeds. People and places, many thoughts are keyed. Social visitations, information at hand. Messaging each other, malware is scanned. Voices through words, memes flow at will. Seeking commonality, opposition is grilled. Algorithms deployed, state of control. What is right or wrong down the rabbit hole? We gather all together, place of community, world of multi-platforms.
Oh my god, it's only 12 o'clock. Wow.
Established, old and new faces, enjoying festivities. Realm of cyberspaces.
Yeah. Is there anything wrong about being Latino? I don't fucking think so.
Servers of recreation, gamers spread far and wide. Consoles and devices, multiplayers thrive. Content creators, imagination runs wild. Artificial intelligence, information compiled.
excited. At 12 noon. Call level. Come on, go up more. Dun, 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 dun.
In the beginning, do we know when it began? Questions of our origin, garden with a woman and man. Stories of creation, written by global societies. Ancient texts and manuscripts, religion of different
And my
varieties.
lyrics make a lot of sense. Just saying. At least to me it does.
Darwin's theory in 1859. Is this how it all began? Was it natural selection spreading through oceans and lands? Organisms fit over time, mutation advance and expands. Genetic drips and the role of chance. Will we make that leap? Next step in our recreation, evolution stage, type 2 civilization, harnessing energy from the sun, Dyson sphere encompasses our star, travel beyond our solar system, humanity's evolution begins afar. Non-human intelligence, a form of our creation, derived from an outsourced alien or interdimensional speculation.
Uh-oh. CJ. What's up, CJ?
Artificial intelligence, friend or foe, technology utilized, or humanity's final blow.
Oh, look at this one. Here's the latest one. I knew it. Look at this. Here, this is just came in on my phone. Check it out. Axios. Trump threatens Justice Department probe into Epstein-Clinton relationship to deflect it off himself. And I said that like a half hour ago. They're gonna focus on Clinton. And look, it's here. On Friday, said he will direct the Justice Department to investigate Epstein's connections to former President Bill Clinton and others. Oh, so you're willing to do it to others now, huh? But what about you? Deflection! Remember, they all used to hang out together when he was a Democrat. Back in the day. In the 90s, 80s. He flip-flopped. He was a Democrat, then he became an independent, then the Reform Party, back to a Democrat, and then to a Republican. So he was hanging out with all of them. Oh, that is such... Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. It just gets more bizarre. I knew there was going to be a deflection. I knew it. I called it. And Didn't I say it 20 minutes ago? I just said it. And look. Look. And I wasn't watching. I was playing games. I called it. I called it. It's coming from Axios. I don't know. Oh my gosh. I called it. Now what? Oh, there's AI regulation news. There's other things to do with AI. Some kind of legislation. See, that's why I don't go. I get my, from other sources because I don't like getting it from certain mainstream media outlets. I like to get. And you heard it. You heard me make that call. You were here. You heard me say that. She said, "I hope you sure did," and I heard it. She said, "Yes, I called it. I freaking called it. I can't believe it. I told you. I was right on the money with that. Holy shit. I called it. It's so predictable. It's so predictable. I mean, it's not like anybody couldn't figure it out that was coming, I think. Right? I think people with most common sense would have called that. I gotta get it. I gotta roll the stove. Let's put it this way. Clinton wasn't Epstein's best friend for 15 years and spent a lot of time with him, taking helicopter trips to Trump casinos and hanging out with the dude, and you're going to try to say the connection and relationship between Clinton and others, but not you, the guy who was his closest buddy for so many years? Oh, that is just so, oh my God. That is just so unbelievable. And people are going to see that and say, oh, here he goes. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. What? I mean, oh my God. What an act. And people are going to believe it and buy it. The only people that are going to buy it is MAGA. They're the only ones that are going to buy it. Everybody else in the country is saying, what the are you serious? I mean, are you like really serious? Are we supposed to take you serious? You who spent all that time hanging out with him in clubs and taking helicopter trips in the early morning hours to go to your casino with him, just the two of you. What? Come on. I don't think Bill Clinton hung out with Epstein and partied with him like you did he? Really? Really? Give me a break. That's an act of desperation, and I knew it was coming. I called it. I knew it was coming. The act of desperation. And the only one that's going to pay attention is the base. But see, that's the problem. 35% of whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Because they're going to stay with you. He's appealing only to the base. The rest of the country is like, what the is going on? I can't believe I called that. I cannot believe I called that. Like a half hour ago. I can't believe it. I actually called it. But you see, the same way I can call it, I know I called it. Susie goes, you called it. I was here. But here's the thing. And like I said, anybody with a logical, rational, objective way to look at this could have called it. Because you know what's coming. You can tell. But the one thing I'm afraid of, what I cannot predict might be coming, is a wag the dog moment. It's coming. This was part of it. I said that Hillary thing and Clinton thing earlier. But that's not the big one. We have to keep an eye out for something big by next week popping off to really distract, There's a major distraction coming. We have to pay attention to see what that is. Yes, you have to listen to a non-biased media outlet to understand what's happening. In the middle. Independent, in the middle. Because if you hear either side. But I can't believe I just called that and it came up. I can't believe that. That's so freaky. And that's when you know you have your pulse on things. And you know what's going on. Because you could predict it. You could see it, what's coming. You could see where this goes. Anyone objective can see where this is going. And it's not good. Because like I said, you're going to say investigations on Bill Clinton and others when you went on the record and said, yeah, he was my friend for 15 years. And they hung out together. They partied together. Wait a minute. I want to see how close Clinton was, or anyone was, to him that was more closer than you were to him. I don't think so. I don't think so. You could try to reach out for that. You could try. But you see, that's a deflection. He's panicking. And he's panicking. This is desperation. He's panicking. He's panicking. Because he's trying to deflect it because he knows what's coming. Or, I'm going to tell you something right now. If he vetoes that, if it goes through the House and the Senate, we got to see. If he vetoes that, the whole country's going to be like, what the fuck? He is definitely covering it up. That's why the pressure's on him. Because if he vetoes it, it's like he single-handedly is covering it all up. So we got to see how this plays out. And I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have that shaky thing that tells me things, you know. But I think we can pretty much see where this is going, right? So, and remember, allegedly there are photos and videos out there. And who knows? Who knows what they depict? You know what I'm saying? We don't know. Hanging out by a poolside, hypothetically, sitting with people around it. I mean, we have to see. I'm just saying, hypothetically, we don't know. But they sure are doing their best to protect that or others. And believe me, they wouldn't be protecting Bill Clinton or any other Democrat. If they had that, that'd be out. They're protecting other people here. A lot of people. Both on all sides. This is going to get crazy. But I couldn't believe it that I predicted that 45 minutes ago and it comes on my phone. And I mean, that's probably, I don't know if it's in the media right now. I don't know if the mainstream media is covering it, but holy shite. Oh my gosh. And you also have to watch out when the weekend stuff comes out on the weekend because people aren't paying attention. Sometimes you get things that come out like under the radar and you're like, oh shit, nobody's paying attention because everybody's in weekend. Sometimes you get crazy drops on the weekend. Keep an eye on that. Just saying. Keep an eye, keep an eye.
Wielding a mighty shield behind a great wall. Countermeasures in place to prevent a downfall. Protective space around me, guarding against the enemies. Deception is the game played by frenemies. Honoring feelings and energy, knowing whether to share. Trust with naivety could lead to despair. Communication breakdown, misinformation misguided. Birth of unfounded truths, scale way so one-sided. Crossing the imaginary line, no respect for another. Stones throw from a glass house, volleys hit to each other. Judgment without consequence, are you the beholder? Negativity will not be emboldened, shielded by my armor of boundaries. pleased with themselves, no empathy for those who seek hate. Empty vessel of sadistic pleasure, deep inside the anger dwells. The importance of compassion, power of love, respecting one another, taking the higher road above. Confidence.
So let's just go over this a second, Susie. If CNN just posted it 5 minutes ago, that means I had no prior knowledge 40 minutes ago when I was talking about it, because it's just breaking now. It's not like I got the idea from reading an article, because it's just breaking now. So you're saying they broke it 5-10 minutes ago. I talked about this 45 minutes ago. And I just saw the message on my phone. Nothing else, though. So, in fact, when you were talking about it, I was scrolling the news and I couldn't find it anywhere. That's funny. That's crazy, right? You said it would happen and it did. And look at that. Isn't that crazy? I freaking predicted it. So you actually can verify that I spoke about it 45 minutes ago and it happened like what, 15 minutes ago? It didn't take long for my prediction to come true. Oh my gosh, I'm still freaking out over that. It's so, but you gotta remember, it is predictable. It is predictable. Because you knew he was gonna do something like that. You knew that. It's predictable. It's not like I'm some like intelligent fortune teller. It's predictable. If you know his characteristics and his behavior and traits, it's so predictable. He is very predictable. It's almost scary that a person like me could be sitting here and predict it, and then it happens a half hour later. That just shows you how predictable it is. And that also tells you how people that have objectivity can predict it too. You know what I mean? Anybody who's objective can see it coming. Because people are not stupid. I think they think that people are naive and gullible and stupid, that they believe everything the media puts out there. But pretty much if you see what's going on without being blinded by party, and you're looking at it objectively, you say, well, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this happens. And bang! It happens. Bang! Because you see it with a full objective perspective. And they're going to get, see, this is just to rile up one side, like to get them all excited. There's nothing there. You're trying to protect yourself, focus it on others when it's really you. Because all the talk is revolving around him. So he's trying to deflect it off of him so that when he's in a conference and he's getting a question, well, we're going to, this is why he does that. Well, we're going to open up an investigation. I've asked the DOJ to look into Bill Clinton and others regarding him. But Mr. President, what about you? Silence. But at least he can answer something now. He'll walk away. But at least he can come up with a response now. This is, so you got to remember, they are probably huddled in the Situation Room like they did. Can you imagine bringing someone into the Situation Room to try to get them to change Boebert's mind about the 218 required? You know they're serious about this. They say, oh, this is just annoying. No, it's not annoying. You don't bring somebody into the Situation Room if it's just an annoying situation. The Situation Room is the Situation Room. That's serious. News just broke on Fox. So it's breaking right now. Ain't that something? Of course, Fox is going to run with it because that's the way they're going to throw the net spin on it. They won't talk about the other way so much. They're going to spin it for him because, you know, they're suck-ups to him on that network. just like on other conservative networks. But again, Fox is covering it. You predicted this would happen. That's crazy. Your son said, Mom, Skywatcher was right. News just broke on Fox. And tell your son I said hello. And I hope he and his, loved ones, of course you, Susie, but his immediate relationships with family and others, his family, wife, whatever, kids. But now, like I said, I can't believe that prediction I made almost an hour ago is now true. It's out. I don't understand it, but it's out. Watch out. Watch out. Oh, that's cool. The Bishop is live tonight. We were supposed to do the show last week, but Miss Wilma passed away. That was crazy. How sad. And the same show that was scheduled for last week is going to be on this week. So it has to do with monks. I wrote the description last week, so I don't remember what the heck I wrote. Even though I have it. Oh, shit. Now that I think about that, I've got to make sure I set that up on Rumble. I know I did. See, this is when I get thrown off. Yeah, he's set up on Rumble, but Annie's show is not. Okay, there's the plus signs for Rumble. Rumbler. I meant Rumbler. Hold on. Let me set hers up before I forget. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Annie's not hosting it. Deb is going to host it, but still. What's going on? I just selected the stream. What are you talking about? Oh my God. What is Rumble doing? Okay, it's saved. That's cool. Well, tell him to come hang out sometime, too. I mean, Mom is here. Susie. Oh, my gosh. She's probably like, Bill, nope. I'd rather just be me hanging out. I don't need him to see what I'm writing or talking about. Oh, my God. Too funny. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He probably won't do because he knows you're here. Oh, that's too funny. But on an all serious note, if I was to predict, you know how they've been hitting these so-called boats? I'm on TikTok. I got to be careful. You know how they've been hitting them? I think you're going to see something escalate. Now, I'm not saying a ground troops type of deal, because that's a whole different issue. I would not doubt that there's an escalation in Venezuela in the next week or two. Now, I hope I'm wrong, but it would make sense the way this person thinks and how the loyalists, put the thoughts in his head. Because they think they're meeting about all this. They're trying to contain it. They're trying to fix it. They're trying to come up with some kind of a way to deal with this. And that's why I predicted that it would be with Clinton and others, just to distract. They had to come up with something because everybody in the country is talking about it. So they had to come up with a way to respond. So it did make sense. That's why I said it. And it came out to be true. I mean, if I was in the Situation Room and I was having a discussion, maybe we need to do this to take the focus off of this and put it on that. Do you know what I'm saying? It does make sense from that point, a strategic point of view. So we shall see. But I am telling you, keep an eye. It could even be somewhere else. It could be somewhere else in the world. Just keep an eye on the global situation. It could be here in our continent. It could be somewhere else. But I hope, like I said, I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. But I have a feeling, and it could happen on the weekend. Something happens, and then everybody will be talking about it on all the news medias next week. Because you got to remember, the focus next week is going to be on the House voting for this to move forward. So what would you want to do to take the focus off of what's going on in the House? And remember, a lot of Republicans are jumping on board with this. What do you do to take the focus off of that? It's got to be something bigger than that, right? Does that make sense? It's got to be something bigger than that. That's why I'm thinking Venezuela or something else. It's got to be something bigger. And, you know, there's people out there that might be watching and saying, oh, bullshit. Well, if you say call bullshit, let's see what I'm saying right now doesn't happen. Because if you're logical and rational, you could put this together, not being dug into any party, right or left. But if you're looking at it, in the middle, objectively, you say some shit is coming to take the focus away of what's coming. That just makes sense. Not based on party, based on logic, rationality. It makes sense that something is going to come big to take the attention of what happens in the House and possibly in the Senate moving forward in the next few weeks. So I think something is going to happen on a big scale to deflect the attention from that to whatever that is. Now, I may be wrong, but it sure as hell makes sense. Like, Susie was here. She's the only one that was here. How I called what just happened a few minutes ago, an hour ago. So, by me saying what I said, I would say it from my own perspective, I was pretty objective in looking at it, what makes sense moving forward. What would be the thing that they would do to respond? Go after Hillary, go after Bill, it makes sense. And look, a few minutes ago, it's all over the mainstream media, people are telling me. He's going after them. He got the DOJ investigating them in relation to Epstein. Really now? How convenient is that? Oh, it's so predictable. Oh my gosh. You got to remember, it is definitely deflection, but you got to remember, there are certain people that he has jealousy of. It's like he wants people to worship him and look up to him like they do to Obama. Or even Clinton. It's like, what is your obsession? What is it? I mean, like, seriously, what is it? Did you see what Elon's father said in an interview in South America? It's shocking. And I think it's going to be on one of the networks on Sunday. I saw a clip, came on a email. Oh my God, do you want to talk about some... No wonder Elon thinks the way he does. Now you know where the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Holy shit. I don't want to misquote, and I heard him say, like, well, we fed them. The black people in South Africa. We fed them. We took care of them. I'm like, this sounds like a plantation owner or something. Oh my God. I got to find out where this interview is going to air. But I was like, holy shit. You want to talk about tones of racism? It's like crazy.
Dude,
What?
I'm gonna make some eggs and eat it with the rice and then make an egg sandwich. want some eggs?
I want an egg sandwich, just one,
Just one.
with ham. The ham is in the white refrigerator, and a slice of cheese.
One slice of cheese.
Yeah.
Any mayo?
No mayo,
No mayo. Okay.
just plain.
Dude, you're not doing this?
What do you mean?
The clothes you're not putting it?
You put the detergent already?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I'm sorry. I thought you knew.
I was waiting. I thought you were still gonna squirt it. Oh, that has to be a full load. Hold on. I'll take care of this. You don't have to worry about this. Oh, I just read about that earlier. That is insane. That's what I'm saying, though. Oh my gosh. There's just so much. There's so much going on, Susie. It is cray-cray. Okay, you just sent me a screenshot. Again, you have to be careful. You have to try to verify if something is credible or not, because I do not go there. I do not go to the conspiracy levels. Absolutely not. That's for other people to do, not for me. Oh shit, you found it. Musk's father sparks outrage with claims U.S. Oh, yes, I saw that clip. Musk's father sparks outrage with claims U.S. is doomed if whites become minority. Yeah, I saw a part of that. It was during a CNN discussion where I can't read this. It's too small. I gotta get glasses. Oh, it's gonna be on CNN then. Oh no, it's true. This is true. From the India Today. It was part of the clip. I seen that. Where he also defended South Africa's past and dismissed widely documented apartheid oppression and claims of white genocide. Now, don't get me wrong. Crime is bad in South Africa, but it's not just to white people. It's to everybody. See, this is where the misinformation comes in, and you got to see how that is. Who is allowed asylum in this country and who they put it out to? The white folks in South Africa, not the black folk. Oh, there's genocide going on in South Africa. We're going to offer them asylum. This is what's going on. So, again, you could try to spin a narrative however you want it, because it really is coming down, and it has the appearance that this is all about white nationalism. It has all the appearances. I'm not saying it is, but it has the appearances that all of this is appealing to the white nationalist base. And people in the country, because remember, the country does have a large minority representation, they're saying, what the fuck is this? And, you know, you can only pull the wolves over people's eyes so long before they start saying, okay, this isn't good. And other people could be in denial and say, oh, this has nothing to do with race and all this shit. Of course they're going to say that. They have to. But it sure has the appearance that it looks like it is about race. Right? It has that appearance. It sure does. I wonder if it was the other way. I mean, if ICE was arresting white people and doing what they're doing to the small children and all that, there wouldn't be more outrage. But since they're Hispanic, and you don't even know the comments I got on Rumbler Nation a few days ago, questioning my ethnicity. What are you, black? What are you, Mexican? Oh, you like wetback music like Santana? Like such unbelievable, ignorant. And I didn't respond. I just laughed it off because what are you going to do? Oh, yeah, it happened a couple days ago on Rumbler Nation, because that's loaded with right-wing people. Loaded. That platform is loaded because they all left YouTube when YouTube went after, and it's true. They censored a lot of people and removed their channels. So they all went over to the Rumbler Nation one to continue their stuff, which TubeView was wrong for doing that. Let's be real. That was wrong. Because it's bad when you start censoring people's right to speech. Even if you may not agree with it, it's still wrong. Regardless. So, but it was one of those. And they come right after you with hate and vitriol and anger and putting you down, like trying to, and they are so ignorant that it's so obvious that first of all, they're trolling. Second, they have nothing constructive to say. It's just attacks. And then that tells you where they stand. And is it worth putting energy to a person like that? Absolutely not. Because that's anger. That when you see that, that's hostility. It's not even, hey, how you doing? It's instant hostility. Trying to put the person down. But that tells me how intelligent they are, or maybe lack thereof. It shows their colors. It shows where they stand, where their mentality is. So when, why would you put attention to people that are trying to troll you, attack you? Because that's what they want. That's what they want. They want to push your buttons. Why would you waste your energy on individuals like that? I mean, really? It's stupid. It's wasted energy on idiots. I mean, really. So, you have a lot of that too. But yeah, this is cray-cray. I got to find out where this interview is on CNN with Elon Musk's father. I've got to find out. I've got to find where this is going to happen. Ignorance is bliss. You're right, Susie. It is. It is. But I have to find out where this interview is with Elon's father. I've got to watch it. I've got to record it. I've got to see it for myself. Because you can't change what he says out of his mouth. You can't try to spin it out of context if he's saying it. I mean, it's harder to make a spin on something when you take something out of context. You spin it. But when the person's being asked a question and they answer it, oh no, he wasn't just joking. Oh, he was joking. He was joking. No. Let's stop that excuse. Let's stop. Because that's the common excuse. He's just joking. He didn't really mean what he said. Oh, there's clips out there. I don't want to say it because I can't confirm it. Oh shit, wait a minute. We might have something.
Big talking point in the US right now.
Oh shit, there's a
the
clip
big
here.
Concern at the moment, and why I think South Africa is a big talking point in the US right now, is America in the next 20 years will become, for the first time in its history, a minority white country.
Well, that will be a very, very bad thing to happen. You want to see the US go down? Why? Oh, you don't like cars and electric cars, and you don't like technology, or what is it? You want to go back to the jungle, or?
If the US becomes a minority white country.
Yes.
So there's Latinas, there's blacks, there's people from all different races make up the majority, and then, it could be 48% white people. Do you really think the US is doomed if it goes under?
Yes, it goes under there.
Seriously?
Yes, of course. You see, if you take South Africa, we have a small white population that projects the European culture, or what we learned from Europe.
And oppressed millions of black people.
No.
For decades.
How do you oppress? We gave them work, we fed them. They grew from a tiny little group into a massive group. That's not oppression, that's feeding them. Do you understand? You only grow big if you get fed. You only start at 800 and become 50 million if you get fed. We fed them, for crying out loud. You know, enough with this nonsense.
But so you understand, because the black population was so oppressed under apartheid,
Well, we never saw this oppression you're talking about.
you never saw it.
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, because you're white.
Holy shit, I gotta see this interview. Oh my God. The apple doesn't fall far from it. You want to go back to the jungle? Oh my God. When is this interview going to air? Sunday on CNN. I gotta look. I gotta find out. I gotta look. It just says Sunday. I gotta look. I never do this. I gotta record it. I gotta see what this nut job said. Holy shit. Go back to the jungle. We fed them. Sounds like a slave owner. Oh, we fed them. We gave them work. What? Oh my God. I'm looking now. Tomorrow, Sunday. I have to record this. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm not finding it. Then again, oh, there it is. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on Sunday night. I'm recording it. I just thought I'm going to record it. 8 o'clock on Sunday night on CNN, the interview with Elon Musk's father. Oh, can you imagine what else is in that interview? It's at 8 p.m. Eastern on CNN, that interview. That was a clip. He said, what do you want, to go back to the jungle? We fed them. We gave them work. He never witnessed it. Apartheid. Holy Christ. What ignorance. No wonder. What, they don't want cars, electric cars? What are you fucking talking about? Who do you think buys his cars? Everyone buys his cars. What, it's only white people that buy Elon Musk's cars? What is he talking about? Oh, I guess they don't like cars, electric cars. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? He said that, I mean, I could play the clip again. We should wait, because that could be taken out of context. Not necessarily because he asked the question directly. I need to watch the whole interview. I have to watch the whole interview on Sunday and really watch it and analyze it. Not to take it out of context. I don't like doing that. But that he did ask him the question, he answered it. I don't want to get in trouble, Susie, if I live streamed it. We could do it privately, but not. That's a CNN thing, so I don't know. You know, they have. You can get in trouble for that. He said America would go down if the white became the minority. It would not be good for the United States. Something like that. I don't want to take it out of context. That's what he said. Something like that. And he said, what? I should play it again. Maybe you should hear it for yourself again. It's just a clip from the interview. But it is covered with ignorance. Oh my God. I mean, oh my God.
Concern at the moment, and why I think South Africa is a big talking point in the US right now, is America in the next 20 years will become, for the first time in its history, a minority white country.
Well, that will be a very, very bad thing to happen. You want to see the US go down? Why? Oh, you don't like cars and electric cars, and you don't like technology, or what is it? You want to go back to the jungle, or?
If the US becomes a minority white country,
Yes.
so there's Latinas, there's blacks, there's people from all different races make up the majority, and then, you know, it could be 48% white people. Do you really think the US is doomed if it goes under?
Yes, it goes under there.
Seriously?
Yes, of course. You see, if you take South Africa, we have a small white population that projects the European culture, or what we learned from Europe.
And oppressed millions of black people
No.
for decades.
How do you oppress? We gave them work. We fed them. They grew from a tiny little group into a massive group. That's not oppression. That's feeding them. Do you understand? You only grow big if you get fed. You only start at 800 and become 50 million if you get fed. We fed them, for crying out loud. You know, enough with this nonsense.
But so you understand, because the black population was so oppressed under apartheid,
Well, we never saw this oppression you're talking about.
you never saw it.
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, because you're white.
Because you're white. Holy shit. He did that interview in his house in South Africa. That's just a clip. That's just a clip. I gotta see this whole interview. Go back to the jungle? What, America doesn't like cars, electric cars, technology? What does that mean? And I've been saying that. That's why they're trying to mess with the census. Because I may not be alive, who knows? But it's gonna flip in about 20 to 25 years. That's why I've been saying it for years. All the things that you see going on right now is try to keep control of power for as long as they can. All these things is setting it up, because they know there's gonna come a point where, because it's catching up, there's gonna come a point where it's almost even. What happens when it flips? Oh boy, oh boy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What happens when it flips? Will they be willingly and openly? When you hear all this question about elections are rigged, this is all the narrative to weaponize it for the future, when the shit really gets dicey. It's not so much about the now, it is, but think about what this sets as a foundation moving forward when that does get close to happening and there is a flip. That's when shit's really gonna hit the fan. So do you think that all this shit is gonna end anytime soon? Hell no. Because of that's the demographics, the change. And they know it. And they know it. And they're worried about losing their power. And it's funny how they threw that European thing in there. How he threw the European thing in there. I mean, my gosh, here we go. I gotta see this interview. Now I really gotta see this interview. This is scary shit. It's kind of, like I said, now you know why the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Look at his father. Just based on those few, that wasn't even a 2-minute clip. It was like 1 minute and 45 seconds. In 1 minute and 45 seconds, I heard too much. What? Go back to the jungle? Oh my gosh. There was no apartheid? Do you realize how much, though the population may be a lot more African, who owns the properties in South Africa? It's like 70-something% white. You have to look up the statistics. I'm not looking at them in front of me. But it's like, really? Really? We fed them. We gave them work. We fed them. Slave owners in the United States on plantations fed their slaves and gave them work. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, I hear that and it makes me think of that. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like a plantations owner back in hundreds of years ago saying something like that. We fed them. We gave them work. We gave them shelter. We clothed them. That does not sound good at all to me. Oh my gosh. And you know there's going to be a lot of people that love what he says. What does that tell you? There's going to be a lot of people that love what he says. And just listen to it, but not understand and really absorb what he's saying. Just be happy what he's saying, but not really examine it and say, is that right? No. No. They're not going to do that. They're just going to love it. Right, yeah! Go Elon's dad! You know that. I have to see this. I'm taping it. I set the DVR to record it Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Matter of fact, I might watch it and then come on and we can discuss it. I will take notes. Because this could be cray-cray. I gotta go check that wash for him. I don't hear it spinning. Why isn't this working? Why is this not working? What's going on while I wash it? What's going on? Oh, the switch. I bet you the switch isn't working. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bend the switch. I know what it is. I fixed it before. The switch that activates the door when it closes. And you know what? I hate to say it, but sometimes the truth is not something easy to hear. But I think we really, really start thinking about truth. Though a lot of us may not like the truth, we have to deal with the truth. And not conspiracies, and not the shit that's going on today. We need to hear it. Because it shows. It exposes it for what it is. I don't even know if... I wonder what Elon is thinking right now about his father doing this interview. I can only imagine what Elon is thinking right now. He might love it. For all we know. It's his dad. He might be all with it. I don't think he'd be embarrassed because I think Elon has a lot of the same ideology thinking like his dad. That's why I said the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But to say that, what, they don't like cars, electric cars, technology, what? So if the United States becomes a white minority country in 20 years, all of a sudden the country's going to go down because we don't like cars, electric cars, and technology? It sounds like he's talking about his son, not the country. And they're going to go down. Do you really believe they're going to go down? Yes. Wow. Wow. That's a wow. Oh, they're gonna go back to the jungle? What the fuck does that mean? Go back to the jungle. What does that mean? I never seen apartheid. And then the guy that's asking the question, that's because you're white. You never experienced the oppression because you're the white population. I never witnessed apartheid oppression. Like what? Ignorance is, I mean, that sounded so ignorant and so out of touch with reality. It's like, what the hell did I just hear? And like I said, that's only 1:45. 1 minute and 45 seconds of that interview. It's an hour interview or something like that. It's an hour show. I can't even imagine what else he said. Just Google it. Google it. Excerpts from the interview. That's what I did. And I was like, oh shit, there's more. I'm just going to type it in. It seems like everybody's focusing on that comment. The U.S. is doomed. If it says it here, there's so many articles. It's all on those points. So I don't know what else is in the interview, but they're all TMZ's talking about it. They're all focusing on it. U.S. will go down if whites become minority. This is from TMZ. Elon Musk's father says the United States days are numbered. He says when white people become the minority, the whole country is going back to in the jungle. He sat down with an interview with CNN for its upcoming special Misinfo Nation, White Genocide. And senior correspondent Donnie O'Sullivan asked him about figures projecting white people will be the minority in the U.S. within the next 20 years. His name is Errol. That's his father's name, Errol. This is the quote. That will be a very, very bad thing to happen. You want to see the U.S. go down? Why? You don't like electric cars and you don't like technology? What is it? You want to go back to the jungle? And he doubled down on it. He says the country's, quote, small white population that projects the European culture fed and grew the black African population. Elon's dad then claims there was no oppression in South Africa, calling the notion nonsense. Errol says he never saw any oppression, and Donnie tells him that's because you're white. So that's just one little, that's TMZ. It is. It says it here. It's airing Sunday, November 16th, the full interview. And you could see the comments. I'm not even going to read that comment. It's all over. If you search it, it's all over the place. It keeps going. They keep mentioning the same talking point that he mentioned. But yeah, that seems to be the big thing that was taken out of that interview. You're reading it? Again, we have to be, he did say what he said directly in response to the question. But I want to see what was said before and after, because that could take it out of context. Like that happens all the time. You got to see what led into that comment and how he responds afterward. You know what I mean? To be fair. Because it could be taken out of context in the moment. What was the conversation leading up to that? What was his thoughts before that and afterwards? That's important because, like I said, taking it out of context. It's like, oh my gosh, but how do you, we have to, that's to be fair. You have to see the whole context. It's unfair, just to judge it based on that alone. if that makes sense. And I'm just being fair. So we have to see how that goes. There's a lot of shit going on, huh? I wasn't aware. Just a few minutes ago. I gotta look into this a little deeper. And it's true. The current population of South Africa is approximately 63 million people as of 2024. The population is diverse, with a majority being black Africans, followed by colored, Indian, Asian, and white. 81% of the population is black. Colored is listed as 8.5, Indian Asian 2.6, whites 7.2. Okay, here's more information. Let's put the data out there, the information. Breaking it down by ethnicity groups, who owns what in South Africa? White individuals own 72% of the land in South Africa. Black 4, colored individuals 15, and then it breaks it down. Indians 5%, others 3. Co-ownership schemes 1. While white individuals make up about 7.3 of the total population. So they own 72% of the land, but make up 7.3 of the population. And they're saying here there's a lot of misinformation out there about this. The ownership of land as entrenched in 1913 has not changed. And it breaks it down. Holy shit, I didn't know this. Which group of people has owned most of the land in South Africa? White farmers own about 3/4 of South Africa's agricultural land, even after 23 years of government efforts to redistribute land to the black majority. Who is the largest private landowner in the world? The largest landowner in the world currently is King Charles. How much land does the royal family own? He and the British royal family own more than 6,600,000,000,000 acres of land around the world. The technology owned They technically own many territories around the globe, amounting to 1/6 of the surface of the planet. Holy shit. That's crazy. I didn't know that. So when you do the research, you can see the numbers. And the numbers are repeated, so it's not like it's bullshit. So yeah, that just gives you a little idea of what's going on over there. We fed them. We gave them work. $800 of them turned into 50 million? Really now? And we're all going to return to the jungle if it flips here. Ooh, what, do you want to go back to the jungle? What? Who's going back to what jungle? Who are you talking about? Who's going back to the jungle? If that doesn't sound like a racist trope, I don't know what doesn't. I mean, that's just disgusting. It makes me sick. It really makes me sick. Look at this. Check this out. Little history about South Africa. When he talks about European, the Bantu migration reached the area now South Africa around the first decade of the 3rd century, over 1800 years ago. Early Bantu kingdoms were established by the 11th century. First European contact dates to 1488. But European colonization began in the 17th century, 1652 to 1815. In 1658, a year after the first free burghers had been granted their plots of land, the first slaves were imported into South Africa, specifically for agricultural work. The first European settlement in South Africa was established by the Dutch East India Company in Table Bay, Cape Town, in 1652. Created to supply passing ships with fresh produce, the colony grew rapidly as Dutch farmers settled to grow crops. Who lived in South Africa before 1652? South Africa's first known inhabitants have been referred to as the Khoisan, the Khoekhoe, and the San. The ancestors of the Zulus migrated from West Africa to southeastern Africa during the Bantu migrations from 2000 BC until the 15th century. The Zulu tribe expanded into a powerful kingdom, subdued surrounding groups, and settled into a region known as KwaZulu-Natal in present-day South Africa. So, South Africa has early human fossils at Sterkfontein and other sites. The first modern inhabitants of the country were hunter-gatherer, San, Bushmen, and the Khoi peoples who herded livestock. It says here, who colonized South Africa first? The first European settlement in South Africa was established again by the Dutch, just what I read, 1652. So when they say the European influence, well, who the fuck was there first? Sounds like what happened here in the United States. Wait, you colonized that, but there were people there before that. Just like here. the European influence. Do you know what I mean? Does that sound? And yes, they brought slavery in and all that, of course. So history's a bitch. And that you got to be careful because they're trying to rewrite history. I'm eating a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich on toast. And it was the Dutch. The first amongst the first settlers in South Africa were the Dutch. I'll tell you, ignorance is a bitch. It really is. Ignorance is alive and well. Ritz crackers and root beer. Ugh, I don't like root beer. Never did. I can't drink root beer. I could deal with cream soda. I can't deal with root beer. Never could. I won't drink it. If I was thirsty and somebody offered me a root beer, I'm not drinking it. I just can't. I don't like the taste. Ugh. There's something about it. I just don't like it. But I'm drinking Dr. Pepper, the Walmart brand. A lot of people don't like Dr. Pepper. They think it's nasty. So, to each his own or her own. But I definitely want to see this interview. I definitely got to see the freaking interview. Oh my God. I wonder if that's like the big thing taken out of this interview is what's all over the place now. What was his name again? His father's name? Elon's father's name? I forgot. Errol? I think it's Errol. Oh my God. I think it's Errol Musk is his father. His name. Errol Musk. That's going to make Sunday night interesting for people to watch. Just to see what he says. Both sides are going to watch it. One side is going to be like, yeah, go, Errol, tell him. The other side is going to be like, what the is he saying? You know that. And then others like us in the mid, some of us in the middle would be like, okay. That's a big turnoff for me. He just totally spoke down on blacks, Hispanics, all people of minority. I wonder if his son thinks this way too. When you look at it in a practical way, people are going to, like independents, people moderate, or what they would call rhinos, moderates, they'd be like, okay, this is puzzling. I mean, did he just say that? This is what he really thinks? He just told everybody that we're going back to the jungle if you're a minority of the minority community. That we don't know what it's like to have cars and technology. What? We're going down. The United States will go down. I'm like, what the But you got to remember, to be fair, there are a lot of, you have to throw in the illegal immigration part and people that are migrating to countries and it's changing their demographics, and there's a lot of weaponization of fear that the Muslims are taking over. This is happening because Look at the UK. Look at the UK. To be fair, it's changing the population. You have a lot of people coming in, and people are not liking it. They don't want to change the demographic. They want to keep that core European intact and not be having people from other places like the Middle East or wherever coming in and changing the populace. So when you look at it that way, that is, to be honest, that is a legitimate point. You know, you have all these people coming into the country and it changes. But I could say that about this. The same way like when I lived in New York City. If I go back to my old neighborhood right now, it used to be predominantly Italian, German, Irish, little Hispanic, little black. Now I go back to the same area I grew up in, I can't recognize it. It's completely different. Everybody's gone. It's changed. And people don't want change. They don't want to see that happen. To be fair, remember, it's good to be fair and objective, just like I'm saying right now. The same way you can flip it. You know, people don't want their neighborhoods to change. They don't want that. They want to keep that core. And you have to understand that point. And it's not necessarily a racist point of view. It's just that's the way they want their community to stay because it's been like that for so long. You know, I get that. I do. So you have to be fair, you know, when you look at things. People don't want change. They want to just be happy the way they live, and we don't want to be bothered with this. But at the same time, you can't tell another American citizen that they can't move somewhere because they're not like you. Oh, we don't want them. We don't want the blacks here and the Hispanics here. Who the fuck do they think they are? We're coming here and buying our houses. Well, they're fucking Americans. They can move wherever the fuck they want. This is not where we have issues where you can't move here. Now, there are gated communities even here nearby me. One particularly is a Jewish community, Kiryas Joel. It's a closed community with all Orthodox. There's another one by the lake where it's private. They have their own police. They have their own police.
Bro.
Yeah.
See you later, bro.
All right, you got your lights?
Yeah.
All right, hit me up if anything.
Okay.
They have their own police. They have their own gated community. You cannot go in there. We're talking about people with a lot of money, and it's a big area. So even here in New York, there are communities that are completely closed off to other people. By design. By freaking design. And like I said, there's one, I can't think of the freaking lake now. Oh my God, its own gated. Oh, I should know this because there was a UFO case there. Oh my God, what's the name of the lake? It's not far from me. Czechoslovakia. It's not that one. It's not that. And it even says it. Gated community. Like Tuxedo Lake. That's it. It just came to me. Here we go. You ready? Tuxedo Park remains a gated community that is also an incorporated village with the following amenities: a village government, dedicated police force, volunteer fire and ambulance squads, central sewage, local reservoir water, public trash collection, a village residents boat club, a village swim club, and miles of walking trails. And you are not allowed in there unless you are a resident or you have been invited by someone within. So it exists here. It's crazy. That's just one example. So this is true. Even here in New York. I had to remember, look, this is New York. People think that New York is liberal, liberal, liberal. Well, you have communities like this that are private, closed off to the outside world. They have their own infrastructure. Look, is Tuxedo Park a private gated community? You bet your ass it is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Unless you don't, you may not be aware of facts. Even in New York, who would have thought that was something that would happen in New York State? The liberalist, progressive, communist state, right? It's a Hasidic district. They've been getting hit. Wow. Now it's not gated. It's in my county. Oh shit. They want to. In 2017, residents voted to divide the town of Monroe, which neighbors Curious Joel, and turn half of it into the town of Palm Tree. Previously, Curious Joel was located inside Monroe, creating a new autonomous town that would give them political freedom to elect their own town, so they did split off. It was contentious. So it is. It's its own community. It's all Orthodox. I was right. Orthodox communities see surge in population. So this is a place here in New York. Look how the population grew in Curious Joel. And it became its own. They split it. It became its own community. They do their own board and policing and everything. I wonder how people feel about that one. So even in New York, you had that. What's going on now? That's funny, Susie. My son wants to know what switches you use for your keyboard. I use multiple things to control what I'm doing here. It's a little more complicated than just a keyboard, because I have different things that changes everything. That could be a stream on its own. The insanity that's in front of me with all the gadgets. But, I mean, I don't have shortcuts with the keyboard. It's just that between the ATEM that controls video or scenes on OBS Streamlab or yeah, because I'm searching for articles. I don't like talking while I'm eating. Like growing up in New York City, and I can show you. I can bring up a map and show you what neighborhoods were Italian, what neighborhoods were Irish, what neighborhoods were this, that, this. Back when I was growing up. You had actually cores like Arthur Avenue, Italian, Little Italy of the Bronx. But that also extended into Pelham Bay, which a lot of mafia people lived. Fact, because I know for a fact. Fact, because I knew some of them. There was a big Irish population in northern Bronx, not far from Riverdale, which was, and it still is, Jewish. But there was a big core of Irish people that lived in the 200s near Montefiore Hospital in the Bronx. I don't know how it is today. But growing up, you know, you knew what neighborhoods had whatever. Crown Heights, Jewish. And I'm not going to get into specifics, but where John Gotti used to live, obviously that was all Italian. You know, you had these pockets, cores of groups. I don't know what it's like now. I can't speak to that. But growing up, you know, you've seen it. You've seen, but the weird thing is, with all that, it was diverse because we had to go to school with each other. That's the difference growing up in a big city like that. It's not like a lot of people put their children in Catholic schools, private schools. But if you went to a public school, you're going to be sitting in a classroom of about 38 to 40 students in high school. My high school had over 2,000 kids. And you're going to be surrounded by every diverse person that you can imagine. Of all backgrounds is going to be in your classroom. It's not going to be a classroom of just white and maybe one or two Hispanics and one or two black. No, it's going to be diverse. Now, depending, it might be a little bit more white because but I can't even say that because it was so diverse. It was a mix. It's different. But see, growing up that way, the ignorance, there was still racism, no doubt about that. Oh my gosh. I experienced it myself. I still to this day. And literally it happened on Rumble the other day. Oh, you look Mexican. Are you black? You're in the dark. Are you black? What the fuck? What if I was? What does that mean? What if I was Mexican? Who cares? Oh, where's your papers? Should I call ICE? He actually said that. Oh, should I call ICE? This is the kind of fucking things that when these things go on, this is what people do. They think it's funny. They enjoy this. That tells me how insane things are. That people would even say that. And they think I don't know if they're trying to be funny or if they're serious. Oh, for sure. If your name has a Hebrew name, you're definitely going to be profiled because there's so much anti-Semitism. It's just sick. You got to remember, The Jewish people have been targeted for thousands of years. Thousands of years. It's not just in recent past. Thousands of years. This goes back a long time. So that does not surprise me at all. I've never grown up to hate anyone. I just don't have that in me. I didn't grow up that way. Mom didn't raise me that way, to look at people differently because they're different than me. I don't, like to see people black, Hispanic. I'm half Puerto Rican. I showed you the picture. My father's Italian, my grandmother's Russian, my mother's Spaniard. Yeah, Puerto Rican, but Spaniard. Both parents, Spaniard. It doesn't get more fucking European than that, does it? If we want to be honest, it doesn't get more European than that. But I don't look at people like that. Oh, I'm Irish. Well, how were the Irish treated when they came into this country almost 100 years ago? How were the Italians treated when they came into this country almost 100 years ago? They went through hell. It's funny how things can be flipped. I mean, you could look up the history. Just if you know history or true history, let's just say. So I'm taking that. Okay. First of all, my advice to your son is, who gives a flying F what other people think if he's going into a conservative area with his partner? You should not give a shit what other people think about. Your focus is what the two of you are doing together. Not worried about the ignorant, racist, xenophobic assholes, homophobic, whatever it is. Who gives a shit about them? Really? That's what they want. They want you to feel uncomfortable. They want you to feel you are not welcomed here. You are not accepted. This is not something. No. That's what they want. I'll be honest. And I would be like, you know what? You people want to fuck with me? I'm gonna hold this person's hand as I walk in the street. Okay, push my buttons now. You want to try to push my buttons? Well, see if you like this. Now, they may have laws there to ban certain types of behavior. No kissing in public areas or something, They might take this to a whole different level. So you got to be careful with shit like that. So, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It is, but you got to remember, these old ideals are eventually going to go away. They're trying to do everything they can to prevent that and create fear, the weaponization of fear, and making everybody, oh, this is an attack on religion. This is an attack on this. Because that's the weaponization of it. That's an act of desperation. Because they have nothing else. Because they know time is ticking. They know it. And they're going to use every avenue to create that fear. What about, if you look anywhere, it's so bad. And it's not going to happen anytime soon, Susie. It's going to take about 20 to 25 years. We're in this for the long run, unless something really bad happens before then. That's why, do I think things are going to be better in 2028, 2032, 2036? No. Because if you think things are bad now and tense, it's going to get worse. Because the more they see that their power is threatened and they're going to lose it, the more desperate measures they're going to take. And that's what scares me. How desperate, and what will they do when they're really, really desperate? Think about that. Forget about what's happening now, the short term. Think about the future. But at the same time, people get older and people become unalived. Those ideas go with them. So time is gonna affect a lot of things, because the way the old school things are, the way they are now, may not be what is in place in the power structure. As these people become unalived and go bye-bye, the replacement of these people in power, what is that? And if you look at, if anything happened last week and Tuesday, 2/3 of the young people from 18 to 29 voted for Democrats. Two-thirds. That's scary for the Republican Party, because it doesn't necessarily mean about what's going to happen now. These are the same people in 20 years that are going to be in their 40s and 50s. And this is their ideals and their principles and their way they're thinking. It doesn't look Republican. It looks Democrat. And they are scared to, you know what? They are scared. Independence, the same thing that happened last year, where African Americans, Hispanics, a lot of minorities crossed party line to vote for the president. That has evaporated in less than a year. Well, a year. It's disappearing. Not saying that all, but a lot of them have said, fuck this. This is not what I thought it was going to be like. And like I always said, as an independent myself, thank God. Now, when I was younger, I was a Democrat. I lived in New York City. So was Trump. When I moved up here 20 years ago, I started to become more of a moderate. And I honestly can say, like now, I still lean slightly Democrat. I do. But I'm so in the middle that I'm not even sure about that. Because I vote for Republicans up here. And Democrats. So I'm like stuck right in the middle. For me. I'm like right in the middle. Now, I do still think of the core values of both conservatism and liberalism. I do. But I'm looking at it from the middle. And it's not a selfish perspective. I'm thinking about how it affects the community, the people around me, the people I care for, whatever. It's not from a selfish perspective, because everybody cares a lot about themselves and not about what anybody else is going through. You know, that has a lot to do with too. Compassion, caring, love, peace, all those things. Respect, boundaries, you name it. But that's realistic for me. Things changed. I changed living here. I live in a red district. But my interests are different here than they were in New York City. I think about my community, my property tax, school tax, safety, a lot of issues, infrastructure, the things that matter to me, cost of living, Period. The things that people should be concerned with on a daily basis. What I'm experiencing here is a totally different thing that I experienced living in New York City. It's totally different. Oh yes, the Republicans here, and I can prove it, voted for a Democrat in the House. But the man has... Uh-oh. Andrea. What's happening? Hold on, I'm muting because I'm live. Hold on. Oh shit. All right, Soul School is going to run 2 hours tonight. She just called me. So I got to do that right away. I got to change the times. So it's not going to start at 10. It's going to start at 9. And I got to change it on Rumbler Nation. I got to call her now. Let me change Rumble. Settings. Make this for 9 o'clock. Apply, save. Changes saved. Okay, I gotta call her. She's probably calling her now too. That's Andrea Perron, the Conjuring movie. It was about her family. What's up, Nick? And it's funny because I could tell, like, I don't look at each platform.
Hello.
All right, we're set for 9 o'clock Eastern.
Okay, yeah. Annie just called too and said you're doing Soul School 2 or
No, it's
World
gonna
Awakening 2 hours.
exactly World Awakening 2 hours.
And I'm fine with that.
All right, I'll see you tonight.
Sounds good, Annie.
Bye.
Love you.
It's funny how I don't look at the platforms how many people are watching, but on Streamlabs, I can see, and when I start talking about this stuff, they drop because they don't want to hear it. And I don't give a shit. Too bad. You don't like it? Don't watch. You don't like hearing the truth? Don't watch. I advise you not to, because you're not going to like what I have to say. Oh well. Go back into the hole. Go back to your rah-rah. Go watch Fox News. Go watch CNN. Go watch whatever. Be happy there. Their TVs are on 24/7 probably with those channels or similar ones. Have fun. Enjoy. Oh, you're a liberal. Or vice versa. No, I'm not. I'm objective. There's a big difference. Big difference. What's... All right. Another person's measurement. ABC News is a little late. A little late on their post, unless I got it late. Trump calls for DOJ probe into other Epstein ties, including Clinton. In a social media post. So I was right. I really was right. Who else is on his hit list to go after? He's going after everybody that he feels victimized by. It's so freaking absurd. Stay tuned. You want to hear what his post said? This is quote. Be asking AG Pam Bondi, Miss Loyalist herself. They all are. And the Department of Justice. They're not supposed to be. Do you know they're supposed to be independent, right? They're supposed to be independent. Not working for a president. They're supposed to be an independent body. Not this time. Not in this situation. And I don't want to hear it. Together with our great, he loves using that word, patriots at the FBI. Yeah, you got rid of the people that you don't consider the patriots as being loyalists. And I hate the way they use that patriot word and throw it around like no, they're just the ones that are patriot. No one else is. That is so messed up. How they're dividing people just by the word, using the word patriot. If you're not with us, you're not a patriot. It's that simple. That's what they're trying to relay that message. Exactly. He doesn't want to be the only one targeted. He's trying to deflect, Nick. This is what this. I called it. You weren't here. Susie knows. Susie knows. I called this morning, and then a half hour later, 45 minutes later, he posted it on social media that he was going to do it. I predicted it. Together with our great patriots at the FBI. Yeah. Do you know how bad? Do you know if something bad happens in the country, the FBI has been so undermined with the people that are so qualified to lead investigations and do that? We could be really screwed. We could be really screwed if something, God forbid, happens. We could be really screwed. To investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him, Clinton. Well, guess what? We can find all this information out. Release the fucking files! So I have a feeling, guess what they're going to try to do? Release some of the files that mention some of these people, but not him. That's what might be coming. We'll drop the files with their names in it now. Has nothing to do with the Epstein estate releasing the emails and stuff. No. The DOJ is going to control what they release with these people's names in it, but not his. Watch. Watch. No. We want to see it all. The stuff that has your name in it, we don't know, but they even said, they made a reference to it, that his name is in it. I guarantee they're going to control what they release to try to and it'll probably be the first things released to take people's attention from him and start dropping stuff FBI released. I bet you the slow drip that comes out will all be his enemies list. So that people will be so overwhelmed by that narrative, they forget about him? Maybe? Is that the plan? Really? The great Epstein hoax. Done by the Democrats. Meanwhile, for 10 years, it's been the Republicans, MAGA, that has been dying for this to come out. No, but it was a Democratic hoax. Like, what? What? Come on now, stop it. You think people, do they think people are stupid? Do they really think people are stupid? If you drank the Kool-Aid, you're done. Of course you're going to believe everything. Everything. The Kool-Aid is done. It doesn't matter. But I'm drinking Dr. Thunder, Diet Dr. Thunder, not Kool-Aid. I guarantee this is the plan. Now that I'm starting to think about it more and more, I was right about him talking about Clinton. I can't believe how I called that this morning, before he posted it on Truth Social. I can't believe I fucking called it. This is the plan. They might start releasing documents mentioning Bill Clinton's name, Hillary Clinton's name, these other people that he put in that Truth Social post. That tells me he probably knows it exists. He's setting it up. And then they'll start releasing documents. Yeah, Bill Clinton flew on the plane. So did you. You actually had Epstein fly along with Melania back in the day. This is truth. On his plane, you were there with Melania. On Epstein's plane. That's a fact. So we're going to try to muddy the waters here and put the shiny object on Clinton and all them because we don't want it on you. Exactly. He's contradicting himself. This is going to get really interesting because I'm really concerned. And I don't know what's going to happen here because I'm really concerned that they're getting rid of evidence. I'm really concerned that this DOJ is going to get rid of evidence. Nothing incriminating on him. But there are people that worked on this case and have seen this from the Southern District of New York. Will they come forward and say, or do they have copies before they gave it to DOJ? When they went there and they were on TV like this? Epstein files. Meanwhile, I had nothing really important inside of those. And people have come public and said that. There was nothing. But, you know, do they have? If I were them, knowing the way this administration runs and this president operates, you better believe I'm having copies of everything. Because they're going to try to come out with this narrative and say, this is what we have. No, we actually have this to show that there's more. This could get really interesting because what they think, they're ahead of it, and they think they got all their bases covered. There might be a whoopsie. That's right. There's always a paper trail somewhere. And there's photos and videos and all that kind of other stuff. You really think you got everything? You think you got it all? This is going to get really interesting. But that's obvious. That's so obvious. Because he's trying to get the attention off the House vote next week. I wouldn't be surprised they leak out some documents this weekend and early next week. So everybody's talking about that instead. All of a sudden, the Epstein files are being released. But wait a minute, I thought there was nothing to see here. Do you see it? Now, anybody that's objective can see this. Obviously. Without a conspiracy spin on it. Because they're going to make excuses. And you know, they're all good. I bet you if I put Rumbler Nation and showed you what's streaming right now, it's all about this. They're probably all focusing in on this. Trump announces DOJ investigation into Bill Clinton. I guarantee you they're all jumping on it to take it away from because they won't talk about what's going to happen in the House. I guarantee it. And I'm just going to check it. Yeah, it is. It is definitely heavy right Nick, it is. I just want to see. I can't show it, but I want to see. I'm going to go to Rumble Nation. CNN audience shocked by Dem slanderous comments at Trump. Oh, God. I don't even want to read some of this stuff. Oh, my God. I can't even read some of this stuff. It's so outlandish, some of these podcasts. Oh, my God. It's like the National Enquirer on steroids. Does the FBI have Hillary's missing emails? And they, oh my God. I mean, this is, you look at some of this titles, this clickbait, it's like cringeworthy. This is how we win the midterms. No more games. Win or we lose. I'm reading the ones I can read. So they've got Swalwell in an orange jumpsuit. Representative Eric Swalwell on the hit list. Indictment imminent. Yeah, they're doing indictments, and the judges are already saying, you're indicting, but you're not providing any evidence for the indictment. You're just throwing them out there with no sticky stuff. The judges are getting pissed. Like, what are you bringing to me? It's hollow. It's garbage. It's not going to go anywhere. They think it is. It's not. It has no standing. They're just doing it, to make it so people could talk about it. That's what they're doing. That is a distraction. Oh my God. I can't even read them. That's how cray-cray. And they talk about the left being extreme. Go check out some of the extremist right podcasts and their titles. And they say that the one side is extreme. Oh my gosh. It's insane. I can't even read to you some of the stuff that's on there. And they get a lot of traffic. But we'll see. Time will tell. Maybe. Maybe. I might have to get more wood. Oh God, KJ, you just sent me a message. It's like a mile long. No. No. Because they can always say, KJ, that they were not aware of it. So let's just say what the hypothetical that you wrote to me. Would other people that supported him, would there be a fall off? No. Because they're going to just simply say, well, we were not aware of this. Absolute denial. We didn't know. And remember, it's not just about now, it's moving forward with the movement. They have to keep the movement going post-Trump. They have to. So you have to take that into consideration too. It's not just about the now, it's moving forward with the whole movement. So they're not going to jeopardize that. And it's going to fall off. There's always going to be something to keep it going. Like any movement. They'll focus on something else. So no, I don't think even if worst case scenario were to happen, I don't think it's going to change much. To be honest, based on what you just told me, no. It's not going to blemish anyone's legacy or anything else because they were doing what they truly believed was true. And passionate about it. And, you know, people like us, we have our opinions. We have our certain things that we support and believe in when people say things. We could be easily misled. And, you know, if it turns out otherwise, you could simply say, well, I didn't know all the facts of the matter. Now I do. At the time, I didn't. I completely supported this person. I didn't know. It's as simple as that. I just didn't know. So no, I don't think there's gonna be like a drop off if worst case scenario were to come out. Because you got to remember, a lot of people, we all do, all of us, I think, have pride. And we're stubborn. And we won't want to admit that we're wrong, even when we're wrong. And we'll make excuses to ourselves to justify it. If that makes sense. So I would never see that happening. Like all of a sudden, oh my gosh, how could have I? What was I thinking? Moment. No. That will never happen. I don't know if Susie understands what I'm referring to, but things are going to get, I'm telling you, like you do, Susie, understand? The thing that I have to check, is there any new news about Venezuela? Anything that sets off alarm bells? I don't know, something in my gut is telling me something's going to break out, and not a ground invasion, no boots on the ground, but something else, something more than just boats. I'm telling you, my gut is telling me that. Today. Oh, but I'm not crazy about this source. Heck no. I don't even want to read that source. It's not a source I would put much into it. And it's not a conservative or a liberal. It's something else. There's a lot of foreign articles. Venice says there's another article here that they're worried about their oil. And Putin is now saying they're going to support Venezuela. And there is Russian propaganda showing up on the search. Oh, what is this? Southern Lance. What is this? United States announces military mission Southern Spear. This is today. What is that? The announcement made by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth marks an intensification of U.S. military presence in the region in the context of fighting against drug trafficking, but also drew a clear political backdrop to sustain pressure on the government of Maduro in Venezuela. Here's the quote. I didn't see this. President Trump ordered action, and the Department of Defense is complying. Today I announced Operation Southern Lance, led by the Southern Lance Joint Task Force and Southcom. This mission defends our homeland, drives narco-terrorists out of the hemisphere, and protects it from the drugs that are killing our people. Narco-terrorists. According to Axios, senior officials at the Pentagon even recently presented Trump with updated options for attacking Venezuela, although no definitive decision was made. But they're saying this just could be designed as a tool of pressure and deterrence against Maduro's government. Oh my God. You know what Maduro said? Since they can't claim that we have hidden biological or chemical weapons, they invent an absurd narrative. That's what Maduro said. And he's trying to get all of Latin America on his side. Caracas responded with an internal military exercise that mobilized 200,000 soldiers under the slogan of protecting the country from an imperialistic threat. With this operation, the Trump administration consolidates the largest U.S. military deployment in Latin America in generations. So is something coming? I don't know. But with the timing, that's what I'm thinking. The timing of what's going on here in this country right now, this could be a total distraction in a bad way. And I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be right on this. It says it here, and I'm just reading from Axios. The U.S. is massing warships, including the world's largest aircraft carrier, we know that, the Gerald Ford, in and around the Caribbean. Strikes on alleged drug-running boats have so far unalived at least 80 people. And the president has made clear he's considering operations on land. Senior military officials on Wednesday presented Trump with updated options for attacking Venezuela, but no verdict was reached. That's what CBS reported. The Western Hemisphere is America's neighborhood, and we will protect it, Hegseth wrote on X. So we need to pay attention to this. I'm not saying anything is going to happen like that, but we should pay attention. Nobody wants another war. No one. No one wants another foreign war. I think most of us would agree on that, regardless of party. I would hope. Now remember, I'm an independent. I don't think none of us want to see a war, right? Getting involved in another long, drawn-out fucking war. I agree. No more war. I don't think he'll do it because he knows that even his base, no wars. I don't even know if he'd do it. Because everybody's going to be, I don't want to say the word. So I don't know. Okay, user. It's something I referred to in the past. And I've known about that for like 2 months now. But I couldn't say anything. And I'm still not going to say anything. That is a fact, what you just wrote. And I've kind of hinted toward that, but I can't say. But you are right. You are right. 100% right. From the people I know that have contacts, told me that. I'm not repeating what you wrote, but what you're saying is true. And they're looking at it more logistically, and also if they had the intel, but a lot of people also looking at it as this is a step toward regime change. So I don't know. One can speculate motive. You got to remember, they learned the lesson of the signal mess when it came to Yemen. I think they learned to keep things tightly wrapped after the signal mess. Because if that reporter was anybody else, he could have easily put that information out before the attack even happened. That's why people say, oh, it was not a big deal. It is a fucking big deal. Because if that reporter, which he would have been in serious trouble by doing that, would have reported what he was seeing in that signal chat before the attack actually took place, that would have gave Yemen the heads up that an imminent attack is coming. And it would have jeopardized the people that were part of this operation because they know it's coming. People don't realize that. They try to minimize it. That shit was serious. That was serious. That's why it's serious. Because if that reporter that's seeing this chat being invited accidentally, and he's seeing the conversation going on with all these people that they're about to launch, they're in the air, blah, 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 and he would have said, United States about to attack Yemen. And you know that all the things that we do is observed by intelligence from around the world, including our adversaries. And they would have been tipped off that something is coming. It wasn't a surprise. They knew it would have been coming, and that puts our people in jeopardy because now they can prepare a little better for what's coming. That's why that shit was so serious. Regardless of how people want to try to minimize what happened, that shit was really bad. Because if it was anybody else in that chat and it was irresponsible, it could have been a whole different fucking ballgame. Because, I mean, think about people. I've got the juicy details. I could put that out. I'll be famous. Yeah, for about 5 minutes, and then you're going to go to prison for releasing classified. Oh, but wait a minute. It's not classified. Was it? Well, how could I go to prison if you people are saying it wasn't classified in the signal chat? That's their defense. So I didn't reveal anything classified because you people said it wasn't classified. You see the trickiness of that? That's the hypocrisy. Right there. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because what if that person would have put it out there? They would have been screaming, he revealed classified information on an ongoing operation or an operation that is imminent and put our people in jeopardy. But yet, they claim different because that did not happen, thank God. That reporter that was in that chat didn't say a word. And they said it wasn't classified. But I guarantee if that reporter would have came out with shit, they would have went after that reporter for criminal charges, treason, who knows what, and saying you reveal classified information about an upcoming or ongoing operation. Bottom line. So, which is it? Is it classified or not classified? It depends on the situation, right? The smell test, it's just like if it could be either a skunk just sprayed outside my door or I stepped on something outside. It doesn't pass the smell test. And to think that the American people are stupid and gullible and naive, other than a dug-in base that loves everything and can do no wrong, but for people thinking a little differently, objectively, they're like, what the fuck is going on? This is like the Banana Republic. Absolutely. That's a great example. But most of his votes came from young people. Mandami, most of the people, it was like 78% young people. I think that's the number. And his whole thing was affordability, cost of living. And they bought right into it. And you're right how gullible people can be. Absolutely. That's a great example on the other side. Even though they broke records that go back decades on the amount of people that came out to vote for that election with the mayor, which is even more. Like, what? Yes. So on the flip side, you look at that instance. I think it was 78%. I think it was 18 to 29. Don't quote me. I'm just going off based off memory. Do they represent what's really going on in New York City? I'll tell you, be honest. I lived in New York City. I was born in New York City. I've been living here 20 years. I am so glad I don't live in New York City. And how is Cuomo an option? What? I mean, can't they come up with better candidates to run? That tells you a lot too. This is what you come up with? Seriously? Cuomo? Now, you got to remember, it does happen. Giuliani, Republican mayor. I won't call Bloomberg a Republican. He's more like an independent to me. I don't know what party is he an independent? I don't know. But no. New York City, I just wanted to get away from it, change scenery, and go to a more peaceful place up here. Get away from all of it. I wanted to go into a place where it's quiet, peaceful, property, not to have people, nosy fuckers in your business every second of the day. Have some privacy and live my life in peace. That's why I moved here 20 years ago. Change your scenery. Change everything. And I'm so thankful I did. Oh my gosh. I love it here. And I had a house in Florida. I just didn't like it. It was boring to me. Sky watching, it was like hazy all the time. It was so hot in the summer. It's beautiful in the winter. It's nice, it's comfortable. But it gets boring. I used to go to Cape Canaveral. I used to fish on the Banana River right near the Cape. I went to Cocoa Beach. I almost got attacked by sharks at Daytona. True story. But then they give you a discount with the Florida license to go to all the parks for a discount. Resident gets discounts. I don't know if you're aware of that. You might know that, Susie, if you lived in Florida. There was one time I went swimming in Cocoa, which is right next to Cape Canaveral, by the way. It's right there, to the right. If I'm driving to the Cape, crossing over the Banana River, the Cocoa Beach is this way, the Cape is this way. Space Coast. But this is what got me. I went to Daytona. Oh, dude. Oh, finally somebody went to Daytona. Let me tell you something right now. People don't know. If you're into NASCAR, this is true. And you see it on TV, you have no idea how awesome it is in person. In this huge complex. It's so big. You're like, holy. And to see the action in real time, and I've been to many sporting events, there's nothing like it. If you're not interested in NASCAR or you watch it on TV and you're like, see it in person. It's fucking amazing. And I'm talking, you may not even be interested. I'm telling you, you may not even have an interest. Just go as you're going to fall in love. It's a totally different experience in person. And like I said, the complex is so huge. It's like, I never realized it was that big. It's huge. Right, user? You was at Daytona last year for a race in January. Oh, it is, right? It's huge. It's the best word. It's huge. And when you're driving toward the Cape, it's on the right side. And it's massive. It's like, oh my God. But I'm telling you, it is super cool. And you don't realize how, TV, it fools you, how fast those cars are going. The sounds, even the smell. The senses is on fire when you see a race in person. It is. I encourage people, even if you're not into racing and you just want to see a cool outdoor event, check out a NASCAR race. And you just might fall in love with it. Anyway, see, my best experience so far. Oh, look, like hockey. I've been to hockey games. And I love hockey. But if you got like a seat like toward the middle where you see the whole rink and you're kind of close, that's an experience. Baseball's a little different because you're not hearing an announcer. It's just the sport, the hit of the ball. But depending where you're seated, I'll be honest, I appreciate watching that on TV. And I've been to games, many games, since I was a little kid. It's different. Because even if you have great seats, it's still kind of weird when the ball is hit on the other side of the field. It doesn't have that same flavor like TV. If you make sense of that. I've never been to a basketball game because I'm not really into basketball. So I can't speak on basketball. And I'm sure that's great because if you're sitting close up to the court, it must be freaking amazing. I would think. You know? Did you ever go? I've never been to New Orleans. I want to experience Mardi Gras. I do want to experience Mardi Gras. But anyway, going back to Florida. This is a true story. This is the first time when I first had moved to Florida, and I lived in Orlando near Valencia College. if you know where that is, that's where my house was, not far from Valencia College. So we went to Daytona, not Daytona. Fuck, yeah. And we went to the beach, Daytona Beach. This is my first experience in Florida. I'm all excited. Just moved there. So this idiot, because I love swimming, I'm used to swimming in the ocean up here, which I wouldn't do now, knowing what I know, with the Great Whites Nursery in Montauk. Oh, God. Anyway, I decide I want to go swimming. And I went way out. This is Florida. I did not know. I get out of the water. The lifeguard comes down off his perch, his seat. He comes up to me and yells in my face. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? He said, "You are a fucking a-hole. Do you know what you were doing out there and what was going on?" I said, "No, what?" "There was a school of sharks around you. And if something would have happened to you, I wasn't coming in to save your life. Because you shouldn't have been out that far." I felt like this. I did not know. He said there was a school of sharks around you. And I wasn't coming in to save you. That scared the shit out of me forever. Swimming in Florida. It scared me forever. Now, in Cocoa Beach, you know how you used to wear the slip things that you put on your feet? Like the swimming slipper, sandals, shoes, whatever the fuck you want to call them? Yeah, that's a true story. My mother could tell you. She was there like, what's going on? And then I told her what the guy told me. Mom was there. She was watching. It's like, oh shit, what's going on? So the one thing I didn't like about Cocoa, not that I didn't have the experience in Daytona. First of all, the water's so warm. Now this is summertime. The water's so warm. Another thing too with Florida is the jellyfish. Oh my God. When the jellyfish come in, oh my God. But forget about that right now. So remember I had my shark experience. So I'm not going in. I'm not. I was scared to death. It PTSD forever. So I would go up to same, and even then, doesn't matter, the knees, because a lot of people, shallow water. I used to, and Banana River all the time, the manatees, you could touch them in the shallow water right along the Banana River, because I used to go park, I don't know if it was I can't remember. It was like a parking lot. And I used to walk down to the Banana River underneath, and the manatee would be right there while I'm fishing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Like right there. So I go in the water, and I'm not going into the waves. You could see the fish on the break of the wave. You could see the fish in the wave. You could actually see them. And then they hit your feet, your legs. I'm like, hell no. I didn't swim no more. I didn't go swimming anymore in Florida. Didn't. I used to have a pond in my backyard. I see the alligators poke out of it. I'm like, oh shit. Because in Florida, there's a lot of canals. They interconnect. And I had like a pond that connected to these canals. And the alligators would travel through these canals. And they'd just be sitting there hanging out. I found an unalived panther near my house, right across the street from Valencia College. I was walking. And I found a panther right on the side of the road, right near the sidewalk. I was like, oh shit, a panther. It was unalived. But I was like, oh shit. The things you see is like, and the snakes, oh my God, front door, a snake, big one. But I'm going to tell you this right now. This was years ago. To see Space Coast from the big pier at Cape Canaveral was freaking awesome. Now, back then, they had where you could camp, park. I don't know how it is now. Been a long time. But it was so cool on that long pier at Cape Canaveral to stand there and watch the launches. And then, that's another thing. I'd be in my house, and all of a sudden, boom, boom. The shuttle coming back. Sonic booms, two of them. Boom, boom. You hear the windows rattle, everything. It's like, oh shit, that must be the shuttle. For those in Florida, they know exactly what I'm talking about. It'd be like, boom, boom. Oh, that's the shuttle. So yeah, a lot of experiences. I don't even want to talk about Orlando, the city of Orlando, and the races going at night on the weekend there. Woo! It was like Fast and Furious, for real. For real. Not a joke, years ago. I'm talking maybe 30 years ago, at least. Oh, no, for real. Nick, for real. For those that live in Florida, they know. And another big deal that was going on at night was the RCs, the cars, the remote control cars. It was a big deal. You'd see cones in like big parking lots of stores. They'd set up tracks and people be racing their cars. It was a big deal back in the day. Big deal. No. So yeah, I had a lot of memories. Now it's drone racing, but back then it was the cars. And it was taken very serious. I mean, this was a serious thing in Florida, in Orlando, at night. I don't know if the RCs are still around. I haven't been there in so many years, but that was a big thing in Florida like 3 decades ago. At night. On the weekend. And you little mini cones, like they'd make tracks in a big parking lot with the store. Those were good times though. Those were fun. I don't know if I still have my Florida license somewhere. But memories. But like now it's here, it's totally different. I love my bike riding. I love my mountain bike riding. I love the peace, the privacy. Being out in the woods by myself riding my bike. The adventure. I love it. And I love I couldn't deal with the heat. I'm not a heat person. I'm a cold person. I love the cold. Florida wasn't a good match for me. I suffered. I'm a cold climate person. I'm not a heat climate person. I like the cold. So it didn't work out for me. Though, like I said, it had its good times too. Living in Florida. Yeah, I can't deal with the heat. It gets me sick. It makes me ill. I like to be able to dress up and bundle up. I love snow for Christmas. Even though we haven't had it in like 10 years, I like snow. You know, I just love the atmosphere. Like right now I got my wood stove on. It has a certain vibe to it. You know what I mean? It has a relaxing vibe to it. Oh my God, it's almost 3. How long have I been on? 4 hours? Oh my God. It's crazy. But I can understand what users coming from. Definite. And Susie, you too. You were in Florida, you know. And traveling like to different places around the country, every part of this country has beauty to it. It really does. There's so many beautiful places across this whole country. Oh shit. It's not a battery. It's a dummy battery that I could connect to a power bank for the camera. But I'm glad you said that because I got to check Amazon. It's supposed to come today. I did fix my other camera though. I have two Sony A7Ss. One is the 3, one is the other one. I have two. I could technically use the other Sony because I got it working. But there was no Aurora. Mom. Ma! Come here. Remember the time at Daytona when I almost got attacked by the sharks and the lifeguard yelled at me? Yeah. Yeah. She knows. Mom knows. That was not good. What were you going to say, Mom?
Well, that I don't know, 'cause I was feeling sick.
What's wrong?
I don't know. I was feeling sick. I told her.
Like sick how?
Like, I don't know. I'm sick.
But how?
I don't know. I was dreaming.
Oh, you were dreaming.
Probably I was dreaming.
You were dreaming. You're fine.
How come somebody came to this bathroom and finished?
Anyway, beautiful places, but when I get a bad experience or a bad taste in my mouth, I'm finished with it. You see, I can't let one incident ruin the whole. You know, like if you're judging it by one bad experience, you can experience something. You could experience something negative anywhere, but you can't put the whole. That wouldn't be fair, you know? Believe me, I've had bad experiences. Not so good. But, like, I can't remember the lake I was kayaking in Ogden, Utah, near Ogden. It was so... I can't think of the lake. It was beautiful. I wish I would have lived there as a kid because I would have been partying there with my friends, taking the radio and all kinds of goodies in the kayak and then finding a spot off the side and all of us hang out there. It would have been... I could see myself hanging out there with my friends. Like, that's just one example. Arizona, driving through the mountains to New Mexico. And there were some really negative things too, like driving through the res and seeing how they live. I was literally crying in the back when I saw that. It was heartbreaking. You have no idea. It was bad. So sad to see that. Tin shacks. So yeah, but I'm not, you know. And then there was an experience, other experiences that were not so good. But overall, beautiful. I mean, beautiful. Like when we were in Roswell, the person that's lived there all their life says, whatever you do, don't go to the southeast. Let me think. I'm standing in front of Roswell. In front of the theater. South. Yeah. Don't go to the southeast. What is it, man? Talking for 4 hours. Talking for 4 hours with people. And I was like, there was actually somebody else with me. Eric was with me. And we were like, why not? They don't like outsiders there. He said, don't go in there. So 2 of them decide to go, and they were like, oh, shit. In Roswell. Don't go to the bars. There's fights that break out every night. Certain bars. He told us the names. Don't go there. Those have reputations. So we didn't. So, you know, if you're not familiar with areas, you might drive into something or stumble into a place and you're like, oh, shit. Wrong place, wrong time. And you may not be aware unless somebody like this told us not to go there. They're tribal. They're protective. I was like, oh shit. So yeah. Oh, that's different, Susie. I see what you're writing. And you know what? I have a lot that I can relate to with your son. I definitely do. Trust me. And I tell him I've got his back.
Look at this.
What? What?
Look at this sofa.
Oh, him? He must be out like a...
He's out completely.
Oh my God.
No, he'll be-
He's upside down. Tycho, he's out.
I tell you.
But yeah, like up here, and Mom knows this. When we first moved here up 20 years ago, the neighbors that had no idea who we were. Here they come from New York City, think they could buy up the neighborhood, and look, the Puerto Ricans are moving in. Now we're close as you could, like family. The stereotypes, prejudging people, not knowing them, that happens a lot. You know what I mean? So I had to deal with that even moving up here. It's like acceptance of living somewhere in your community. Not the community as a whole, but like by your immediate neighbors and judging you based on how you look. There goes the neighborhood. Meanwhile, this house was an eyesore when I bought it, and I made it into the most beautiful place. So the same person you judged as being, there goes the neighborhood, made your property value go up because I increased the property value of this place by more than double with all the work I put involved in it. That helped you. Of course it helped me, but it helped you. You had a shitty looking house next door to you. How do you think that affects your property value? Duh. Sure doesn't help. So even stupidity like that. When I lived in New York City, in a neighborhood, they threatened a black couple. No, they didn't threaten the black couple. A black couple went to look at the house. It was for sale. A neighbor went to that owner and said, if you sell it to them, you won't have a house to sell. Because they didn't want black folk moving into the neighborhood. I witnessed that. That shit is real. So don't tell me, with this color skin, tan, though I'm Italian, Russian, and Spaniard, don't tell me that it doesn't exist, because I experienced it personally. It is, and now, you know, have I recently experienced anything like that? No. It's also how you conduct yourself. Oh no, I did, from a Rumbler chat person. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
That light is on the laundry room. I'll tell you what happened the other night. Uh-oh. Because I had the channels. Trump briefed on military options for Venezuela. Developing story. Tell me I'm going to be right on this one, too. Just tell me I'm going to be right on this one, too. Like I was this morning. I was sitting like this in the dark. And a Rumbler in chat says, are you black? Because I'm in the dark. So I put the light on. Alexa, turn on the living room light.
Got it.
Are you Mexican? Do I have to call ICE on you? I'm like, what the fuck is this about? That's the ignorance that's out there. One time, true story, this happened about 8 years ago. I was on a video call with a friend in Utah. And his relative was there. He wants to go out. He's hitting me. My paninas. He's right here. When he does this, there's only one thing that means. My baby wants to go outside, Kavak. I'm going to get off soon, too. I got to get ready for work. He doesn't see... He doesn't want me to play with him, pet him, kiss him, whatever. This is where he gets pissy. There's only one thing he wants. And that's to go out. That's it. No petting, no nothing. No affection. I don't want that. I want to go out. You will. 5 minutes. He gives me those puppy eyes. It's like, it's so hard not to. And here he comes again. He's hitting my arm. Now he's on me. Now he's on me. He's on me now. The baby. You see how he moves his mouth? Like if he could talk, he could talk. He would. See? Puppy nuts. That's puppy nuts. He looks away when I look away because he's wondering what I'm looking at. Do you see that? Let's go. But, so, that's what happened the other night from a Rumbler. Oh, but getting back to the conversation, he goes like this to me. He doesn't even know me. In the conversation with a friend in Utah, he goes, he doesn't even know me. This is the first words uttered out of his mouth. Talking to me. Now, hey, what's up? Nice to meet you. Were you born here? That's the first thing he says. Were you born here? And I said, yeah, I was born in Manhattan. I didn't get into it more because I didn't want to start a big thing. Was I born here? Why? Because I had this color? Was I born here? Were you born here? Where does your ancestors come from? And I mean, going back hundreds of years. Were they here? Or were they overseas? Where are you from? I mean, when people say some stupid shit out of their mouth, it makes you, like, shake your head. Like, what? The first thing he says, were you born here? This happened 8 years ago. That is unbelievable. Now, hey, what's up? Nice meeting you. I think the person was inebriated, a little buzzed out. But still, that's not an excuse. It's the first thing you say. Were you born here? That tells that right away. You know, like first impressions are lasting impressions. That is a bad first impression. That's a bad first impression. It's like, no good. So, you know, that's another example. When Kendrick and I went to Utah, true story, we go into a store. Now, Kendrick is dark. He's Dominican. He's dark skinned. I went into the store. It was a gas station in the middle of nowhere in Utah, Ogden, near Ogden. Not in Ogden, but near it. I go in and say, good morning, how are you? And they were very polite back to me. Good morning. Now, Kendrick didn't say nothing. He was right behind me. He walked right into the store behind me. And I was looking around the store to buy some munchies and stuff. They followed him. from a distance, eyeballed him throughout the store. And I noticed it. I didn't say anything, but I noticed it. So I'm also with people that I was visiting in Utah. And then at the airport at Salt Lake, we had dinner. We're getting ready to go on the plane. And when we get on the plane, he tells me, Bill, I got to tell you something. What happened at the store in Utah, and they were following me. I said, I saw that. I didn't want to say nothing to you because I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable. But I seen it. Believe me, I would have stepped in if I would have saw something happen. Not stepped in a way. I would have walked up to him and said, hey, Kendra, check this out. There's a way to deflect. Because then they back off. They think he's alone. Because I did not say anything to him. They think he's walking into the store by himself. He's not with me or with the others. He's by himself. Based on his appearance, they think he's up to no good. On his looks. Follow? That happens. So, obviously, there's ways to deflect. I should have went up to him, and then they would have backed off, saying that he was not alone, that he was with people in this store. But I wasn't thinking about that in a moment, because they tried to be slick. They didn't like follow him like right behind him. They stayed a little bit of a distance. But when he went into one area, they would move over. Because they had like a walk-in freezer. You know, he goes in there. I saw the person now make a line to get a visual of what he was doing. And I could see this person doing this. And I'm like, oh shit, they're watching him. Definitely profiled. Definitely profiled him. Without a doubt. And this was 3 years ago. So does it happen? Of course it still happens. But I was talking from my own personal experience. Have I experienced any racist type of vibe? No. But I have gone to places, because I go everywhere by myself, really. Concerts, events, by myself. But some of them are in restaurant, bar type things. In a total white community. And me, I'm very out there. I'm engaged. I am an alpha male when it comes to that. And I may notice it, but you know what I do? I still have a fucking great time. And then they don't pay attention to me. Because they know better. Because I'm not the one that's going to keep my mouth quiet. I know the game. I'll flip it. I will flip it. Because I like to talk to people. I don't care if I'm in an event and I don't know anybody. I'm going to have a conversation. And then all of a sudden the heads turn back to normal. But I'm going to tell you, you will see the head spin towards you when you're not like them in appearance. That's definite. It's almost like in the movie Animal House, where they're at the toga party and that band is playing, Otis, whatever that band was, and then they go to the club and they see his name on the billboard. Hey, let's go in and check out Otis. They walk in and it's an all black crowd and there are a bunch of white people walking in there and everybody's looking at them. Like, do you really fucking belong here? That's a perfect example. That's what they were trying to show you in that movie. In a comedic, in a comic comedian that way. But it does happen. Even today. But once they hear you speak and communicate, because if If I was to walk into a place and start speaking Spanish, oh boy. Another thing. In Roswell, we went to a Texas steakhouse. You wouldn't believe what I witnessed here. And this is true. This was 2 years ago. So we go in, we're a party of like 8 or 10 of us to eat dinner. That's when they played the joke on me to ride a saddle, pretending it was my birthday, and she's screaming at the top of her lungs, and I'm waving this freaking thing in the air, and it's yeah at the end. I'm like, oh shit. But when you walk into the restaurant, all the Hispanic people were seated on one side. It was like segregated. They all sat on one side. And I was like, I noticed it. And they're okay with it. I guess that's how they live. And then you see all the other people all over the rest of the place. I walk in, and they're all on my left side. All the Hispanic people. And Native. They're all on that side. Then the rest of the restaurant is white people. And I noticed it. It wasn't like they were seated and mixed all over the place. And I'm like, oh, I'm saying it to myself. Oh, shit. It made me open my eyes and say, is this by design? Is this on purpose? And I'm not sure it is. But it made me think, by looking at it, it looks strange. Now, maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe not. Like I said, maybe it's by design, maybe not. I don't know. But it sure didn't look right to me. When I walked in there, I was like, oh shit. Now, I'm not going to say nothing because I'm with my party, we're going to eat, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't, but I did notice it. So, again, I'm speculating based on what I've seen. I cannot say that for definitively that was the case, but it sure didn't look right. So, sometimes you have those experiences. I'll give you a flip side of that, and then I'm going because I got to get ready. Up here, Hudson Valley, Catskills, New York. I go, and I could bring Mom to the room right now. They don't have them often now. They don't have that many of them now. Do you see him? I'm petting him, but he doesn't want to be petted. He just wants to go out, which I'm going to take him out in a second. I'm going to take you outside. Wait. I'm going to take you outside. Wait. And then he blinks like, he's my baby. This is my baby. The mush. You are my baby. You are my baby. I could call Mom to room. German Fest, Greek Fest. I go to powwows. I still go to powwows. Italian, Hispanic, Irish, Celtic. I go to all the festivals. They make you feel comfortable. They make you feel welcomed. I love the music. I love the culture. I love the food. I love the atmosphere. I have videos. And nobody's making me feel uncomfortable. They're friendly. They make you feel welcomed. And that's the way it should be. I think if people experience other people's cultures and understand it and know that every culture has beauty, it's just rich with traditions. I love it. But that's me. And I have videos. being in the middle of hundreds of people with German music going on, having a great time, laughing, listening to music and all that. Actually, Mike and I, my friend, I have a video with him singing with the band, are friends with band members in the German band. The Adlers. We're friends with them. So I love it. But it's different here. And I don't know if it has to do with a tourism aspect of it to generate money, because it helps. You want people to come. You want to attract people. So up here, it's a little different. They make you feel welcome, generally. And I love that. And it's a big deal. I'm going to just look at one more thing. Because, Suze, you brought up a very important point earlier. Wow, he's... So, I was trying to see, breaking it down by the vote, he was an underdog. But this is his record. And he did the right thing. He did the right thing for the constituents here. But he's a Democrat in a Republican county, elected. But people respect him. Nobody thought a Republican district would vote for a Democrat up here. He's considered a moderate. But that's just goes to show here in a red district, he won. An underdog. He's won twice now. And it just goes to show in some places, Republicans vote for a Democrat. So this is... there's a lot of statistics here, his voting record. I'm trying to break down the numbers though. I can't, just to show that in some places it does happen. Against a Republican candidate. And they didn't think he was going to win. And she actually was very, see, this is an example when a Republican candidate and a Democratic candidate talk to each other respectfully. And she actually congratulated him when he won this past election. This is coming from the local news. This is the way it should be, right? I do too. I both vote ways. I vote both ways. It's kind of weird, right? I do too. You can never predict how I'm going to vote, because I have to do my research. But look, here's an example. Watch. So this is him, Pat Ryan, and she was a retired NYPD officer. She's a Republican. We're in a red district, and he beat her. Nobody thought he was going to win again. He was reelected. This is 2024. So last year. He was leading the former NYPD officer 59-41. That's drastic. In a Republican area, a Democrat that much ahead. But look what she said. The people have spoken, and I called Congressman Ryan. I wished him luck. We had a very nice conversation. I told him to do good. I told him that I believe that we had the best interests of our country at heart, and I asked him to spend the next term putting our people first. That's the way it should be. That is an example of how, regardless of party, you're all looking for the same goals. She wished him luck. She wished him well. Do we see that often now? This is the exception where I live. A red county voting for a Democrat, and he won by a lot. He's a West Point graduate. Me too, I gotta run too. So that's an example how, and when you live in a moderate area, how people don't attack each other. They wish each other well, because we're all in it together. And I'm going to end it with that. That's the difference in a moderate area where people could come together and compromise and work together and wish each other well for the betterment of the community and country. It happened here. I voted for him. As an example. Anyway, love to everyone. Be well, be blessed, be safe. See everybody later on tonight. I'll be back maybe after 11 tonight. So I got to work. Susie, anybody who's in TikTok, chat, anybody else watching on the other platform,